June Huckabee, present.
Carl Smith, present.
Donna Coppinger, present.
Linda Colley, present.
Judy McAllister, present.
Rufus Hereford, present.
Pearl Ali, present.
Okay, I'd like to ask one representative from each school to please stand. Wow. Gee. Well, starting here. All right, what's... Okay.
Tennessee School of Beauty, Knoxville.
Welcome, everyone. I think this is the largest representation we've ever had. We welcome you. Okay, in front of us, we have the minutes for the May 6th meeting. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Any amendments to the minutes?
Madam Chairman, it doesn't reflect the absent board members.
Okay.
Not in attendance?
Me.
Oh, okay.
I think everyone...
Would you prefer that I just put Nina Coppinger absent on the second line instead of saying who all is present?
It'll be fine.
Okay, perfect. I can add that.
Okay. Any other corrections? If not, do I hear a motion we accept?
Make the motion we accept.
A second.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister, seconded by Ms. Ali, that we accept the minutes of May the 6th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Okay. Robin Wilson, Sierra Gordon.
Robin Wilson and Sierra Gordon were going to be here today to go over some items regarding their seminar, as well as to go over some other items they had. If we want to move on, or if you want me to go ahead and go over them, I'm happy to do either. What do you prefer?
Why don't we move on and then go back in case
Okay.
they show up? If not, we'll cover this at the end.
Perfect.
Okay, I will turn it over
Turn
to
it over to
Roxana.
me? Actually, I'm going to be doing it. Roxana's going to be
Okay.
helping. So.
Okay.
Go ahead and go in your iPads to page 17. First up, we're going to have a school application for Lisa Ackberry Cosmetology Institute. Miss Ackberry is here today to answer any questions as I go over the information. Miss Ackberry, if you'll come up to the podium. She has provided her application, her surety bond, her payment, and a floor plan, which are all on your iPads. The school is going to be called Lisa Ackberry's Cosmetology Institute. It's going to be located in Memphis off Sycamore View. The owner is Ackberry Corporation. The instructors are not yet provided on the application, but there is a very distinct floor plan attached. Your iPad has the zoom capability if you can't see something on your floor plan. She also has her check, and a CD is provided in lieu of a surety bond, as well as a breakdown of the curriculum And she does have an enrollment agreement, but she doesn't have the 20 signed enrollment agreements. Okay, perfect. So in review of all this information, if the board feels as if there's everything for approval, I would just recommend that the board office allow Roxana and myself to review all the enrollment applications and get the instructor information prior to approval upon inspection of a board member and inspector.
This is cosmetology and esthetician, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Also natural hairstyling and shampooing.
Ms. Ackberry, how many total square feet are there in the floor plan?
12,000.
Are you an instructor? Are you an instructor also?
No, sir. I'm licensed cosmetologist of 30 years.
There are 3 rooms on the right side near the classroom for manicuring in the classroom number 7. What are those 3 rooms? I can't seem to get it large enough to read it.
Some will be offices, file rooms. Yes, and not labeled will be
I'm
offices.
sorry, what?
Excuse me. The additional rooms that are not labeled will be offices, storage, file rooms, things of that sort.
Okay, it says private suite. That I finally figured this out. It says private suite.
And storage, one of them. Mine did the same thing.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I had a question under the section, the natural hair section under general. I'm looking in the law book here, and it also makes a provision for salon management. I don't see the salon management listed here.
On management meaning, I'm not sure what you mean.
Under curriculum,
On the application? Are you asking on her application who's the manager?
no, I'm looking at the curriculum under natural hair.
Okay.
Section 0440-1-03 under curriculum, and you go over 2 pages under natural hair for 300 hours number 5A, general, 120 hours, and it includes salon management, but I don't see salon management listed here. Under curriculum, yes, ma'am.
Apologize, we just didn't have our hard copy with us. It's on our pad. So give me just a second.
I'm sorry, we cannot,
I apologize, just give me a second. We just didn't have the hard copy in front of us, but we have it on here. For some reason it's not on here, but we have it. It's just needs to be added to this. I know that.
So what we would do is substitute, we would take a percentage of our audit for styling, and we would put it for salon management, because for our other licenses we're applying to be able to give, we do have that portion listed. So
You're saying you're going to subtract it from 2G, the hairstyling?
we are going to, based on how we broke it down, we will redistribute our different styles. We'll still be able to accomplish what we need as far as teaching is concerned, and we will add an allotment of time to go over salon management and business management.
So is that under,
It's not under G, it's under physical overall. We'll just take an hour from each one.
okay, but it needs to go under general. It would need to go under general, not physical.
Allot the hours so that that can be covered, just like it's covered. Shuffling of hours, and it was overlooked. I don't know how, but we have materials prepared for it.
satisfied, Sally. Are there any other questions?
Do we have licensed instructors?
Question, do you have licensed instructors?
We are currently searching for one. It's to be determined, because we're looking to hire 2 actually, because we do know that you have to have 1 per 20 students, and we're just looking to find the right one. So we're actively searching, but we have not hired someone yet for that position. Is that the question you're asking?
You have 20 applications, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They're
And-
tentative. They're not binding on the student, because we don't have a way to know whether or not our school is going to be approved or not. But they are tentative.
And the board office has not received those. She's just brought them in this morning. So upon receipt of the instructor information and the review of the application information, we would then, if the board approved them today, send the board member and the inspector out for an opening inspection.
Okay, so you're asking the board, if they approve this, then for you to review the applications and the instructors, is that correct? And send a board member and an inspector out, is that?
That is correct. And it's up to the board to do that, obviously, but that would be our recommendation. To this point, everything's looked okay so far, but obviously they must have instructors listed in order to open the school, and we would just verify their licensure, which is what we would do initially upon receipt of that information before presenting an application to the board.
And the applicants?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, she will definitely have to have more than one or two with these different.
What we're planning on doing is opening cosmetology, and then we will phase in as we get an interest. We've just collected applications for cosmetology right now. But we have curriculum and materials prepared so that we can accommodate students and also hire an instructor for that specific area.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
in the past, a board member and a state inspector goes and inspects the school and reviews the applications before we approve a school. That's a procedure. Instead of doing it today without any inspection at all of the school.
So you're asking that we send a board member and an inspector to the school, is that your request?
Our usual procedure, yes.
And then after they have inspected the school, then present it before the board, is that?
That's the way we've done in the past.
Do I hear a motion that we send a board member and inspector to the school to inspect it and the applications?
That motion.
Second it.
Motion made by Ms. Herford, seconded by Ms. Smith. We send a board member and inspector to the school to inspect the school and review the records and report back to the board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. I will leave it up to our administrator and Ms. Powell to inform the inspector and the board member.
I had another question. Could I get a clarification from legal in regard to their section under natural hair 1B, shampoos, draping, and rinses? Under natural hairstyling, 62-4-102, number 14, under the definition of natural hairstyling, and I don't agree with this, but it says which work does not include the application of dyes. Are we to interpret rinses as dyes here?
With most administrative agencies, you can interpret your own law and rules if you wish to interpret it that way. I don't think there's a law and I don't think there's a rule that further clarifies it, and this is all we have in the statute. Up to the board to identify if that applies or not.
Okay, I'll revisit this at another time. Rinses change the color of the hair. They can change the color of the hair.
In the absolute loosest sense, then it is a type of coloration. So
Okay.
you might want to think about it.
Because the natural stylists in the field, the ones that have the natural license only, they're under the impression that they cannot do any coloring of any kind.
If the board can come to some kind of distinction there, then we can think about writing this into a rule, because we are thinking about our rulemaking projects. And if this is something that needs to be written down, then we'd like to know about it, as far as the board would like to interpret that.
Next up on the agenda, we have a school application from KI Academy to be located in Henderson, Tennessee. I believe the owner, Rhoda Smith, is here today to answer questions about the application. KI Academy has presented their application, which was on your iPads on page 31. The owner, Miss Rhoda Smith, is here. She is also a listed instructor. They have provided a surety bond as well as a floor plan. We had requested an updated floor plan, so you'll see two floor plans on your iPads. One is on page 34 and one is right after on page 35. And there is a picture. I'm not sure who, maybe Miss Smith. And then additionally, they have provided all the enrollment applications. We've only scanned in one because they're all very, very similar. And I think she has some very interesting details about her school. It's maybe going to be nonprofit.
Possibly. I haven't really decided yet. It's my passion, and I've worked on this for several years. And I'm a third-generation hairstylist. I've been teaching hair for about 20 years. I have 8 children. I'm very interested in my community. I life coach 2 days a week. So a lot of these people will be people that I have tried to inspire over the years and would like to improve their quality of life along in my field. I brought some photos. If you want me to bring them.
One of the only things missing are the enrollment agreements. We have 20 applications, but we don't have an example enrollment agreement. And pursuant to the rules, we have to review the school's enrollment agreement and make sure it has all the details prior to approval. So that would be one additional thing that they would need to provide to us upon the completion of the inspections.
I have been able so far to do the whole school out of cash at hand. I've worked on it for 3.5 years, and so we've had no cost, so really there's no overhead because I've had everything turned on, and it's all been, I work all the time, so it's my hobby. And I hope one day to be a board member. I was envious. It's my dream.
This picture, is that you?
Dark-headed. That's normally what I look like, yes.
Okay.
Recently, well, I knew Miss McAllister because I've been running elections for maybe about 5 years or so. I recently ran for sheriff in my community, and I ran for school board. And I'm trying to show my children included that we're only on this earth a small time, and you have to take what you have and turn it into the best. So, something I really enjoy. My mother was a hairstylist. My grandfather was a barber. All of my aunties. I have a little 7-year-old son, and he asked me one day, he said, "Mommy, when I get big," he said, "do you think you could enroll me at your school so I could learn hair?"
Now working.
I have my own salon. I've had 3 salons, a restaurant for 3 years. My grandfather used to run Tropicana, the orange juice company, and when he was alive, he spent his whole life trying to train me in business so I would be successful.
What are these pictures of, ma'am?
The pictures of?
Are they the school or the salon?
Those are actually the school. Now, at the end of it, there's some pictures of antiques. I collect antiques, and I was going to leave some of those with the board. Some of those are tremendously old. That's actually
My question is this your salon or your school?
That's the school. Yes,
Is
sir.
it our,
School is, excuse me,
go ahead.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering, it's already set up.
Already set up. It's 4,000 square foot, and I even found a way to purchase the whole building and everything. There's no cost. Just something I've been tinkering with for about 3 years, getting it ready. I can make any changes.
Are you an instructor?
Yes, ma'am. About 20 years.
Okay.
I love people.
Same thing would apply to the one previous, because we do not have to see the 20 students.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I actually have, it's 316 signed up. I haven't even really discussed the cost with them. One lady said she would pay me anything, but I told her, I said, ma'am, I haven't quite figured out the price, because I did possibly for a moment debate doing it for free. I know that's unheard of. My husband, he's like, what in the world? Why would you do that? But I love to work. Very busy woman.
Ms. Powell, did you say that the office has received the 20 applicants?
We have received copies of 20 enrollment applications, yes.
The only thing you're missing is the enrollment agreement?
Agreement, yes.
Okay. Do you have that with you?
I did not do that because obviously I have toyed with the idea of being a nonprofit or we're still looking into that. And I also actually have another instructor, and she wants to volunteer her time also. It's basically something that we love. I don't know how else to explain it.
You know, on the national level, it's taken some of these people 3 to 4 years to get a nonprofit certificate, so you better get started.
We probably will have to. There'll be some cost, I'm sure.
Therefore, there needs to be an enrollment agreement, correct?
There has to be an enrollment
Yeah.
agreement because it deals with all of the rules set out for your agreement between your students. Regardless of if they're paying you money, there's still other items in an enrollment agreement that would be required for the student to understand as far as release of their hours and attendance policies and that sort of thing. So you would have to have an enrollment agreement prepared in order to be a
Could she appear before the board at another date with her agreement?
Absolutely. The board could go ahead and send an inspector and a board member to do the inspection, and if everything seems sufficient and we receive the enrollment agreements, then that could also come back before the board in August, or it could be contingent upon approval of those things. And that's what I was stating about the previous school application. It would have to be, we don't process the application until both inspections are done and all the documentation is received. In the past, there's been schools that were hiring instructors or looking for instructors, and they wouldn't get their license until they had provided all of their listed instructors. That nature of things, something that is not necessary for the board to approve the instructors as long as the instructors are actively licensed in the system with the current CEs. So that's what I was referring to when we discussed previously. Does that make sense?
So we could send a board member and an inspector to inspect, and then have, after she gets her agreement, have her appear before the board at another
Yes,
date.
or it could be contingent, her approval can be contingent on all of those things coming back. If, for example, the board member called the board offices and said, I have some questions, I'm not satisfied with approving this, then she would have to wait until the next board meeting in August and come back. Does that make sense? Or if the inspector had questions about spacing or adequate facility, the way it looked or anything like that, then we would absolutely wait before we approved anything.
Okay, do I hear any comment or motion?
I guess what my thought is in the past we've received applications that have included everything that we need, And therefore, we go ahead and approve that a board member and an inspector go out and take a look and make sure everything's okay. But, now it's almost like you're coming to us not quite prepared because there's things missing.
I realize that it is a really unusual situation, and I couldn't obviously bring a financial agreement if at one point I was debating going the other way, but I do have everything ready for full and complete inspections.
But if we approve a board member and an inspector to go out and there's not an enrollment agreement, that's almost wasting their time to go out until everything is complete. I just feel like everything needs to be, on file. You need to have everything completed and ready. Then that final step is the board member and the inspector goes out to take a look. We don't want to send anybody prematurely. That's my thought.
I'm not the type to give up anything, so I don't think that they'd waste their time. I'm really dedicated. And
Because that's one of the three things that the board member looks for in the file is what's missing.
Enrollment agreement.
Enrollment agreement.
So when do you feel that you would have your enrollment agreement?
it could probably be immediately. I could probably do it and overnight it or something, or fax it. I have 316 applications, so it would be a matter of just getting people in to sign. I have already selected. Those are the 20 that you have.
You have 316?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's my passion. It's what I love to do.
Have to have substantially more listed instructors if you are going to have that many people enrolled.
The lady that is going to help me is going to volunteer her time.
All right, but you have to have an instructor for every 20.
Beside for myself, yeah, and we're not enrolling that many. Like I said, it's a hobby, probably 20.
The thing that I'm leaning toward is maybe you come back again before the board because you're not really sure of, you said probably 20. I mean, there's some questions, there's some things that are still up in the air, and your enrollment agreement, you're still not sure about the fee and the nonprofit part
Obviously,
of it.
because, if you love it, the money will come to you anyway. And I haven't, decided what the price should be. It's something I enjoy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're
I
not
would
sure
do it
yet
for free.
you're not sure what you're going to put on the enrollment
Yes.
agreement. So
But I have the people, the most important.
I make a motion that you complete everything that needs to be completed and come back before the board in August.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion's made by Ms. Cuppinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that you get all of your agreement, all the paperwork together, and appear before the board in August. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have applications for examination. You should be on page 39. First, we have Kimberly Biggerstaff, then Martha Freeman, Latara Jenkins, Kimberly Lightfoot, Ashley Partita, Robert Soto, Demetrius Starks, Kendall Sweat, Tricia Sharp, Cammie Ward, and Tyler Presley. All applicants have felonies and are submitted for the board's approval. The required information is provided, and they would all just need to be approved with the signed agreed order for a 2-year probationary period.
I make a motion that we approve with a signed agreed order and a two-year probationary period.
I second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Cuppinger, seconded by Ms. Ali, that we agree with the signed agreed order and a 2-year probation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We're on to page 90 on your iPads. We have instructor seminar extension request. First, we have a request from Patricia Ann Hunt because of surgery she had in May of this year. She's due to go continue education this year, and she's requesting it be extended to 2014. She needs recovery time for her surgery and wants to maintain her activity for her instructor's license. She last attended the seminar in 2011, and she's provided some medical documentation in a letter.
She's asking in advance.
Yes.
Wow.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we do grant her this extension. She does have her doctor detailed here, and she is asking, going along with what the board says, the rules, 60 days prior for an extension request.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Cooper, that we allow the extension. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have a seminar extension request from the 2013 instructor seminar for David Gilbert due to incarceration until 2014. Mr. Gilbert provided a letter of explanation for his request. No details relative to his incarceration are provided.
It's the first time he's been incarcerated.
I don't think we have that information.
No way he can possibly attend. It's just, will we allow him to have an extension? That's the whole question.
When did he last attend?
2010. Looks like the notes from the system say that the board had previously extended his CE to 2012. So it would be an extension from 2012 to 2014.
Did it say why we extended it the first time?
It did not. And you have those notes. It's subsequent to his letter in your iPad.
Oh.
And that end note that was cut off says he also has a Mississippi instructor's license, just in case you were wondering.
The what?
Mississippi instructor's license.
Here's what's confusing me. He says my master barber instructor's license number is 16284.
Right.
So he has a master barber and a cosmetology instructor's
That's
license.
correct.
So has he appeared or written a
He,
letter to the barber board?
He has. Yes.
On the license that that's appearing before us, it says cosmetology and barber meeting on 3/5/2012. Must attend the seminar in 2012. He also has a.
Right. I just said he also has a master barber's license, instructor's license.
Is there any information that you have about when he was first incarcerated?
I do not. He just provided this letter giving the information about his incarceration. I don't have any other information about it.
Okay, I was just wondering why he missed the seminar last year. That was my question.
Did we get more information on it?
Absolutely. Do you want to put that in a motion form?
Yes.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Hereford, that we get more information on Mr. Gilbert's application for, extension. Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have some miscellaneous requests. First up is a request from Elise May Wingfield Hurt to waive the 6-month rule, which requires an applicant to retest if the licensure fee is not paid within 6 months. That's Rule 0440-1.10, Section 1. She provided a letter in 2008 which explained her financial difficulty in paying and not understanding the rule. And then in August of 2008, the board voted to decline her request, and she is requesting once again that the board take this under consideration. And the letter from the August 2008 board meeting is attached in your iPad on page 108, along with her letter and other documentation, as well as her score reports from where she passed the examination. And this is for the instructor. She wants to upgrade. She's a cosmetologist, so she's requesting to waive the 6-month rule in order to become an instructor. And she provided her diploma for her instructor training course as well as her transcript. And she is here to answer any questions if the board has any questions. Sure. She's taken some additional continuing education between this time and the previous time when it was presented, and she can explain all her continuing education to you. She has been very diligent in keeping up her knowledge in the instructor curriculum, and she's very passionate about becoming an instructor.
To bring us up to date, please, ma'am. You appeared in July 11th, 08, requesting
slavery. At the time, I had just divorced. We're in the process of divorce after 33 years of marriage, and had moved in with my 90-year-old mother. And it was time for me to start my career all over again after being a mother to 4 kids and a housewife and a beautician in those years. So after the process of the divorce had started taking place, I went back to school and went to a natural technology and went out there for 3 months and took the instructor's course and passed in November of that 2007, and then 2007, and then I passed then.
Was this the instructors?
Instructors.
Exam?
I went to school at Natural Tech, and then I took the exam. It was in November. And after I took that, I did pass. I made 86. And I had moved in with my mother. And at the time, she wasn't at the best of health. And then I started having health problems. And at that time, when me there helping her and doing for her, I got sick. And I was working part-time at one of the fast service salons and going to school too. And so after I passed the exam, during that process, I have to be totally honest with you. I had not thought about the time. I said, well, I passed my exams. I got time to get my license. I'll go ahead and do for her and help her upgrade her house because I had some money I had received from my former husband, so I had access to help her and get on my feet. And at the time, I got sick with an obstruction, a bowel obstruction. And I went into the hospital for about 6 days. And at the time, my finances started going down, and my daughter came in to help me get on my feet. And then she said, Mama, where's your license? I said, oh, my God, I didn't send off the money, send off the payment for my license. And so I went down there, and this was in 2008, and paid for my, I went to the desk and I told the lady at the time, I said, is it too late for me to for me to apply for my actual license? I passed the test, I had all my paperwork, I passed all the tests and everything. And she told me at the time that no, it wasn't too late. And so I gave her my money, left. 3-4 weeks later, I told my mother I hadn't received my license yet. What is going on? So I got a letter in the mail, and it said that I was too late to. And I have to tell you, I was disturbed. I was very disturbed because I hadn't a chance to use them. I was caught up taking care of my mom, starting my life all over, and the lady said that I'll have to go back and take an exam all over again. And I have to tell you, I was devastated because money at that time didn't come easy until as if it had never existed, as if I never went to school, as if if everything I had done, it went to naught. And so after she told me what I had to do, I was upset. And my sisters, they're teachers and other things, and they were saying, Elsie, let's see what we can do to get them to waiver this. And so I said, I don't know. So I talked to the lady at the board, Miss Waller at the time, and she directly let me know that was not going to happen, and that I should have not. How could I miss that question? How could I miss that written in the book on page 12? And I told her, I apologize. So much was going on in my life. It was a new season for me. I'd never been an adult single before, been married mostly all my life, and had kids, and everybody was on their own. It was time for me to start on. So my mother was sick, I got sick, and it was just a major of chaos going on. So yes, I did forget it, and she let me know that wasn't going to happen. So I went over her head, talked to the man who was over her, and he said, Miss Hurt, he said, you won't lose your license hours. You won't lose your hours. We can't take your hours from you, but you're going to have to go back and take it over. And so I said, okay. I said, I'm going to do what I can do. But it didn't state that I wasn't hurt and devastated. But however, so I went and got paperwork together before I even called him, and sent in paperwork from each of the lady that I worked for at Great Clips, different ones to show that I had been sick, and let them know that they could call any of my supervisors or whoever it was to prove that I had been in the hospital and that I actually had been sick. And so that's what the waiver letter was about. The letter was about before I went to her supervisor. And so I sent that letter in, and that's when he told me that it wasn't going to happen. And then my sister, who's a teacher at Fish, she called and she said, Elsie, I called and they said that you could go before the board with it. And so I said, well, maybe I should do that. I said, but I mean, he's telling me that it's not going to happen. She's telling me, Ms. Wallace, it's not going to happen. I said, why would I waste my time to go down there? If they're all over, they're responsible for it. It's like going down there without a chance. So I said, I'm going to go back. So I have to tell you, I was hurt and devastated for about 2 years. I said, why even go to the board? I feel like I'm defeated. It's no use, at that time, because I was already low in spirit at that low period in my life. And so at that time, I went back. I went back, take the exams about 3 years after that, or one of the ladies at Rumpton College called and asked me, said, Ms. Hurt, you applied for a job, you didn't pass the computer part, you passed the written part, you can come back and, I said to myself, I can't go back, I don't have any license. They my license would take from me, and I got to go back and start all over as far as taking the exam.
You say you took an exam. When's the last time you took the exam?
I took an exam recently. Okay, that was... Okay, so my paperwork, I took it first part of this year. I passed an exam. I had to take it twice. I'm kind of late in age now, so it took me a little bit more time to study. So I passed the exam. I made it.
I was just going to ask you to tell him a little bit about, you had told me about some of the education you had continued and the books you bought and what you've done to make sure you've stayed up with the knowledge you needed.
I went back and took the exam. I took it twice, but I did pass it recently, and this was the first part of this year. And then I had to take the practical after finally passing the written. So I took the practical, and that was where I really was kind of lost out of it because I didn't know how to present my instructor's lesson. So I had to get with some of the teachers who are in the recent schools and find out what can I do how to present my lesson plan. And so being that I come from a family of teachers, they were showing me their way, which was too much all at once to present to a cosmetology student. So
this exam you took, ma'am, in January, was that instructor exam or cosmetology exam?
Instructor's exam. I had my cosmetology license done for 30 years.
Never let that expire?
Oh, Lord, no. That's how I make a living.
Madam Chairman, if she has taken the exam in 2013, what exactly are you asking us?
Well, the point is that I haven't passed the practical part. The practical part I need to go back and take again. And I've already taken it twice, and I wasn't successful at it because I didn't know how to present my lesson plan. So the thing was that I said, okay, so I need to learn how to break it down. So I went to a lady at the Remington College, and she showed me that I was trying to push too much of the lesson. It's like you present too much at once instead of taking one part of it and break it down and simplify it to the student. And so that is where I am. I just need I need to pass the practical part. And I felt like after all these years of going through all of that, and it hurt me when I heard over the news that people were had paid for passing something that they didn't even take an exam for. I was devastated that people, where they didn't have to go back and take an exam to update or to qualify for Tennessee license, and they just paid for them. And I said, so where am I, who worked so hard when I had been sick, passed the exam, and showed no mercy, no consideration at all, had papers to prove that I had been sick, and yet they took it so lightly, and she just marked it off like it was was nothing. Like, it was nothing. And then to know, I don't know how long this process had been going on, where people were paying for not taking an exam or going about it the right way to meet the requirements of the Tennessee Cosmetology Board to teach or whatever they were doing to practice. And here I'm back in school, taking exams over and over again, trying to meet the requirements fairly according to where is considered just and the right thing to do. It's like a kick in my face. That's how I felt. I apologize.
Back to what Ms. Huckabee said.
The crux of the matter is she had passed both in 2008. She had passed both portions of the exam. The board voted that she needed to go back and retest. They wouldn't waive the 6-month rule in 2008. So she went back and retested, but she couldn't pass the second portion again, so she's still requesting the waiver of the 6-month rule. And so that's what the board needs to move on, either to waive the 6-month rule and allow her to get her instructor's license and attend CE, or maintain that she must pass the rest of the examination as their previous vote. So that's the crux that the board needs to decide today.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say that I still would like to stand with what the board decided previously on not accepting the waiver. And I'm very concerned that you're not passing the practical test. You cannot get a license unless you pass both the written and the practical tests. I make a motion that we deny this request.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we deny. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a request from Viviana Salcedo, and Ms. Salcedo is also here today to answer any questions. She is requesting to waive the 6-month rule, which is the same rule previously just discussed. Ms. Salcedo mailed her money in January and thought the process to receive her license took some time. And when she followed up, she learned her money order was not received. On April the 25th, she paid for a second time, but that was 14 days past the 6-month period. So she was only 2 weeks past the 6-month deadline to pay. And her instructor helped her out with the process, and she has provided a letter requesting the waiver and all her documentation relative to her first payment, and her second payment receipt is attached on your iPads. And we're on page 117. I think she starts on page 115. Her score reports are also attached.
So her first money order got lost, and she got the second one. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And her a receipt for her first money order does show that she paid within the 6 months' time, and then she shows where the money order company refunded her lost money order, and then her second payment shows 2 weeks after the date the 6 months was due.
It was a different situation than what we just,
Yes, it's completely different.
Went
And
through.
these sorts of situations, when they can show that they've paid on time and there was some sort of issue with the mail, I would recommend that we go ahead and waive that. Her retesting, she's only simply 2 weeks past the date.
Madam Chairman, I move that we waive her fee.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we waiver. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next on the agenda are field trip requests. We have a field trip request from Empire Beauty School for permission to take the nail tech class on June 12th to visit a salon in Cordova from 9 to 1 to study advanced color and job search with Janine Smith, their educational facilitator.
That's passed.
Yes. June. No. Yes. Sorry. My dates are off today.
Yeah, they want approval for the hours.
Yes. Discussion, motion?
Madam Chairman, I still would like to see the request in advance is what we need to see.
I think the delay in the meeting this month caused a little bit of off on the timeline.
This would have been before.
Yes, that's correct.
Learning experience.
I hear a motion. Motion that made by Ms. Huckabee, we accept. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Alley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We have a second field trip request from Empire Beauty School for July 19th to visit Trichology Center in Memphis from 9 to 1 to study state laws and state board information with Janine Smith, their educational facilitator.
I hear a motion we accept.
I make a motion we accept, approve.
Motion.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Field trip request from Georgia Career Institute for permission to take students to several salons and supply stores in Murfreesboro on May 28th, 2013, from 9 to 3. The benefits are the trip to show the difference. The differences in salons and see the products that the beauty store supplies offer.
A motion or discussion? Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, we accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coppinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Request from Vatterott Career College to have Student Appreciation Week and allow students to be out of uniforms. This wasn't really something that they wanted the board to approve. It was for informational purposes in light of an inspection coming up. It was to be held May 13th through May 18th, so it's already happened. They just wanted to let you know that they were taking some activity to appreciate their students. So, no motion necessary on that. Field trip request from Vatterott Career College for students to visit the Memphis airport on June 10th to attend a haircutting class.
A motion we accept.
Make the motion we accept.
Okay, motion made by Ms. McAllister and seconded. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Alley, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Field trip request from Virginia College School of Business in Knoxville to take students to salons, spas, nail shops, and beauty stores the last Saturday of every month. They will be gaining insight into what future employers look for and how the industry works.
Any discussion? Do I hear a motion?
Guess we've not been asked that for once a week, have we?
I think it's monthly. It's the last Saturday of every month, not
okay.
weekly.
And you don't say for how long.
Move that we accept that.
Motion's been made by Ms. Huckabee and seconded by Ms. Smith that we accept. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Field trip request from Volunteer Beauty for permission for students to visit several upscale salons and spas in the Hendersonville-Gallatin area. They are completing the cosmetology course, and the instructor feels the students will be inspired to seek employment with more intensity.
Say when or
They did not give that information.
I move that we accept.
motion's made by Ms. Huckabee that we accept. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Alley. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
I have one more that's not on your iPads. We received it late in the week. It is from Paul Mitchell, and they are requesting 2 field trips. One is for attendance of Life Point Church Women's Ministries. They're requesting that their students be able to go and cut hair for the children, I believe, entering school at the church from 9:30 to 2:30 when Life Point has that event. It's all charity. It's all charitable. And then additionally, they are requesting to assist in giving hair and makeup services for a women's outreach event at Two Rivers Baptist Church on August 24th from 12 to 4. And that event they're requesting from students for the Murfreesboro and Nashville campuses. So they're both charitable events.
Questions, discussion?
Make the motion we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next are up are applications for reciprocity. If you'll give me one quick second, I'm going to grab them.
It's a big stack.
Everybody should be on 126. First up, we have an application for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Puerto Rico for Athenia Digeste, I'm guessing is how you pronounce that. My apologies for the misspelling. The certification from Puerto Rico verifies testing and licensure. A transcript from Puerto Rico verifies 1,500 hours in the curriculum and initial date of licensing in 1982. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for a reciprocal license.
Madam Chair, she has 1,500 hours and she's taken a written and practical exam.
That's correct.
I make a motion that we accept the recommendation that she receive reciprocity.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger that we grant her reciprocity. Do I hear a second? Second of Mr. Herford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Puerto Rico for Carmen Arroyo Riviera. The certification for Puerto Rico verifies testing and licensure. The transcript from Maison d'Esthétique verifies 1,500 hours in the cosmetology curriculum and her initial date of licensing in 1999. My recommendation is the applicant be approved for a reciprocal cosmetology license.
Make the motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister, second by Ms. Coppinger, that we accept reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from California for Bic Lu Thai Tran. The certification verifies 400 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2013. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that we, that they take the Tennessee manicurist exam.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that he sit for the Tennessee exam, manicure exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from Texas for Thu Minh Nguyen. The certification verifies 600 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2005. My recommendation is the applicant be approved for a reciprocal cosmetology license.
Manicure license or cosmetology?
I'm sorry. It's manicure, and I said cosmetology. My apologies. Got a little carried away reading.
Did they take an exam?
Yes. If you look at the Texas certification, the way it's scanned, it cut off the top. I apologize. Some of these first ones scanned sideways. But it does have a seal and...
He currently holds a Texas license, and he has 600 hours, and he did take an exam.
Yes.
I make a motion that we grant reciprocity.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we grant reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for an esthetician license from Pennsylvania for Kuk Thai Lee. The certification verifies current good standing in initial date of licensing in 2007 and Pennsylvania. An affidavit is also provided stating ownership of Top Nails and work history in the industry since 1999. My recommendation is the applicant take the examination.
I make a motion that we go with recommendation that he take the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we accept reciprocity after he takes the exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Egypt for George Awad. The translated letter from Catholic Charities verifies completion of all required grades and initial date of licensing in 1989. A diploma provided for 1989 provides a license number. In 1984 for the Beauty Academy of Egypt, and there's also a second diploma, and there's lots of photos of brides and celebrities that this individual states he provided services for. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
And I'll make that motion. She take the Tennessee exam. He does.
A motion is made by Ms. Smith that he sits for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for a manicurist license for Kim Sager from Texas. The certification verifies the applicant was licensed by examination with 600 hours and initial date of licensing in 2013. A transcript from Angel Beauty Academy is provided. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal licensing.
Make the motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister. Excuse me. Seconded by Ms. Coopinger. We accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for a manicurist license by reciprocity from Pennsylvania for Danby Thami Dong. The certification verifies the applicant was licensed by exam with 200 hours and initial date of licensing in 2006. The work history is provided from an owner of a shop stating a start date of February 2008 to the present. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I'd like to make a motion that the applicant sit for the exam.
Motion's made by Ms. Alley, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she sit for the exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for a manicurist license by reciprocity from California for Karen Nok Han Nguyen with 400 hours in the curriculum. The certification verifies initial date of licensing in 2008. The license is currently active, but no work history is provided. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Discussion?
I make a motion that we conform to your recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Herford that she sit for the exam. All in favor? No, I need a second. Sorry.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from New Hampshire for Beverly Quinn with 3,000 hours in the curriculum. The certification verifies the applicant was licensed by examination with initial date of licensing in 1975. A letter of recommendation is provided. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Can I ask why this one came before us?
The part-time is what the work history letter provides, that she simply only worked part-time for the 17 years. Questionable, but it's up to the board to determine.
But she has 3,000 hours, and she has taken an exam.
Yes.
I'll make a motion we grant reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we grant reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for a manicurist license from California for Chow Thai Nok Nguyen. The certification verifies initial date of licensing in 2003 and 400 hours in the manicurist curriculum. Tax returns are provided for 2008 through 2012, stating occupations as nail care and manicuring. The recommendation is the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Are you basing that on the 5-year work history?
Yes.
Then why did this one come before us, may I ask?
Well, the tax returns just stated nail care, and they're duly combined tax returns, so I just...
Any discussion?
Make the motion we approve for reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister that we approve. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of a hair braider license from South Carolina for Katie Trayor. The certification verifies initial date of licensing in 2006. A letter from the Center of Aesthetics, Beauty, and Braid shows 480 apprentice hours. My recommendation is the applicant be approved for reciprocity of a hair braider license. If you can see, the application is filled out for a master barber, and we advise the applicant that master barber didn't include hair braiding, and I think there was some confusion on what the application should have been provided, and the applicant advised that yes, that was what she was going for, was natural hairstyling. An examination was completed.
Your exam take place in 06. Got it.
That's correct.
But these were not classroom hours?
The letter states that she completed 80 hours a week, which was 140 hours in training in braid specialty at a salon, and it's in an affidavit form subject to the certification. I would just point you to that. I understand pursuant to that it is apprentice type hours. It's not completely clear.
I recommend that she sit for the test.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Alley, second by Ms. Clippinger, that she sit for the exam. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Puerto Rico for Ms. Sotis Beauchamp. The certification from Puerto Rico verifies the transcript, 1,500 hours, and examination in the cosmetology curriculum, and initial date of licensing in the year 2000. My recommendation is the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Scores.
I make a motion that we grant reciprocity.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Clippinger, second by Ms. McAllister, that we accept reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Ethiopia for Anelish a snake. The diploma from Nyana School of Beauty verifies completion of education in 1999. There's 4 letters of recommendation, but no transcript is provided and no testing information is provided. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion she takes the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Alley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We have an application for reciprocity for a manicurist license from Georgia for Do Heen Thai Nguyen. The certification verifies initial date of licensing in 2013. The application was previously presented to the board in March of 2013, and the board requested the applicant take the Tennessee exam. The applicant has requested reconsideration as additional information has been provided to clarify the number of manicure hours taken, which include 604 classroom hours and 1,065 apprentice hours per the transcripts provided. My recommendation is that the applicant still take the examination. And the transcript information is provided.
concur with her recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Hereford that she sit for the exam. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have application for a reciprocal aesthetics license from Oklahoma for Carrie Zaray. The certification from Oklahoma verifies 600 hours in the curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2001. A letter from the applicant is also provided. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that she take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith. She sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for a manicurist license from Minnesota for Lam Tran. The certification verifies 350 hours and initial date of licensing in 2012. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that they sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
We have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from Minnesota for Chai K. Din. The certification verifies 350 hours and initial date of licensing in 2012. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, second by Mr. Ilford, that she sit for the exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of a manicurist license for Fung Min Din from Arizona and California. California certification verifies the applicant was licensed by examination with 400 hours and initial date of licensing in 2008. Arizona certifies active licensure via reciprocity from California. Recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Ms. Coopinger makes a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Alley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Amber Cannon from North Carolina. The certification verifies 1,200 hours in the curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2006. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that they sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Syria for Reem Arabi. The documentation provided verifies the applicant completed 1,600 hours in the curriculum at Primary Beauty Academy in Damascus, Syria in 2012. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that the applicant take the exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from California for Aaron A. Lee with 400 hours in the curriculum in 2001. The certification is from Alaska, verifies active licensure and initial date of licensing in 2011. A transcript is provided for the school called Thanley from California. Work history includes a 2012 W-2 in the industry in New York at Pure Nail Bar and at Pure Nail Bar in Maryville, Tennessee, a 2011 W-2 from Regal Nail in New York, and a tax return. A 2010 work history includes 1099s from the same Regal Nails and a tax return. 2009 and 8 tax returns in the industry are provided, but this is not a full 5-year work history. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination. All this information is provided.
Was this applicant practicing in Tennessee? Did you say?
There is a W-2 from Pure Nail Bar in Maryville, Tennessee.
That's what I thought. Something's not right here.
I move that we deny that.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith. We deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Can you clarify denial? Is it full denial for reciprocity, or do you want an examination to be taken?
Well, you asked for an exam.
Right. And you said deny.
Yes.
My recommendation was examination. So you're denying examination?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if he's already practicing in Tennessee, he's breaking the law.
And the shop's breaking the law.
Did you not catch that?
Oh, I caught it. I just wanted to make sure we're still denying the application to take a test, because that's denying full licensure. Just confirming. Is that confirmation? Yes.
Yes, I think that's what we decided to deny.
Okay. Thank you. Just clarifying, because I have to send a letter.
Why did he even send this in? The W-2, I mean.
Next, we have a application for reciprocity of a manicurist license for Con Tuan Vo from Texas. The certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from Beauty Models, previously Universal Beauty College in Texas, and passage of a written and practical examination. Board office records indicate Universal Beauty College sold hours to various applicants and later had its school license revoked by the Texas Board. This school later reopened as Beauty Models. The applicant has attached all transcripts for verification. My recommendation is that the applicant be approved. These applicants have previously come before the board, just to let the board know, and Texas has advised us that they did not vet the hours because some applicants went and some applicants did not go. I just want the board to always know in advance that we check this information before providing the application in front of you for approval or request for testing. Texas does verify that this person is actively licensed, that they did pass an examination.
Discussion?
There's really no question about his certification and hours. Is that?
Well, because of the school history, it's not technically universal. It's not technically Beauty Model School, but because of the information the board office has about this school, we present these to the board for the board's determination for testing or approval. But yes, I would recommend approval because they are duly licensed, and Texas does certify that they took an examination and they have provided a transcript of the hours.
So Texas is verifying that this person did not get caught up in the...
Texas is verifying licensure and testing completion. And that the licensee has not ever been revoked. The school is certifying the hours on the transcript provided.
I make a motion we grant reciprocity. A second.
Motion's made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Alley. We grant reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a manicurist license for Mai Singleton from Texas. The certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from Beauty Models, previously Universal Beauty College in Texas, and passage of a written and practical examination. The board office records indicate Universal Beauty College sold hours to various applicants and later had its school license revoked by the Texas Board. This school later reopened as Beauty Models. The applicant has attached a transcript for verification. Again, my recommendation is approval. This applicant has provided all the necessary information.
What date did the school reopen as Beauty Models?
It was subsequent to revocation, and per Texas, the ownership is different.
So when? What date?
I don't have that information.
Oh, okay.
Could you repeat that, please, about per Texas?
The ownership is different. It's under new ownership.
They've been approved.
Yes, they're a licensed school in Texas as Beauty Models.
It's an accredited school.
I'm not aware of that information.
Wouldn't it have to be accredited for them to get licensed?
I think accreditation deals with federal funding. Licensure does not.
Oh, okay.
If they are accredited, they would have to do a lot more than what we're saying here. Just transfer of license, transfer of ownership, if you will.
How does this vary from the one prior to?
It doesn't.
Okay.
I make a motion we accept reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. Cookinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a manicurist license for Nok Dung Phi Hun from Washington. The certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from Anthony's Beauty School in Washington and passage of a written and practical examination. Washington Board Office disciplinary action records indicate Anthony's Beauty School sold hours to various applicants and its license is currently revoked by the board. The Washington Board Office was contacted to aid in verification of this individual's licensure, and the contact advised the office records show the individual's license and passed the requisite examinations pursuant to the certification provided, but the applicant's hours were not vetted. The recommendation is approval.
We're not sure about the hours, how they were obtained?
When I spoke to the Washington Board Office, they gave me the same answer that Texas does, that there was no way for them to determine if applicants attended because some applicants did attend and some applicants didn't. So as long as they passed the Washington State Board and paid for their licensure, they were duly licensed pursuant to the documentation provided from the schools. Similar situation, just different.
But I had the understanding that the ones from Texas,
well, they had a transcript,
right?
Right.
From a school, and so therefore I felt like they weren't. There was no possibility they were sold hours. If the school is,
we can request this applicant provide a transcript if you would prefer.
Make a motion. We request transcript.
Motion made by Ms. Cookinger that we request a transcript. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a manicurist license for Ann Thai Nguyen from Washington. The certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from HOA's Beauty School in Washington and passage of a written and practical examination. Washington Board Office disciplinary action records indicate HOA's Beauty School sold hours to various applicants, and its license is currently revoked by the board. The Washington Board Office was contacted to aid in verification of this individual's licensure, and the contact advised office records show the individual is licensed and passed the requisite examinations, but the individual applicant's hours were not vetted. Again, I would recommend approval, but there is no transcript, so if you all would request a transcript in the same form and fashion, we can do so.
Yeah, I make a motion. We request transcripts.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper that we request a transcript. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Herford, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Ms. Powers,
Yes, ma'am.
how many more reciprocities?
This
Could
many?
we take a quick break?
We absolutely can.
Thank you. We'll take a quick break. Quick break.
Walk around the building.
So my question on the denial is, call the meeting back to order, and Robin Wilson and Sierra Gordon are here. They were here right after we started, and I didn't see them come in. If they would come forward, please.
Miss Gordon and Miss Wilson have a couple of matters. I'm going to take them up one by one, and if we have questions, they're going to be at the podium, and we'll go over them as we go. First, they wanted to let the board and all attendees know that they're having an event on Friday, October the 25th, called Manicures for the Cure. And it's a charitable event to raise money for women's health and breast cancer awareness. And the pamphlet on the event is included in your iPads. If you go back to the very beginning, you can see this information. It includes an agenda with a dinner, music, comedy, performances, and I'll let y'all talk about anything else you want to let us know about.
Oh, that's just to make you guys aware. That's something. This is our second annual event for that. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and so that's one of the charitable things that we do. It's very near and dear to us. It's an important thing that we do to get out information in the community. We also, as part of that, do the Ask Me campaign with the Tennessee Cancer Coalition to inform barbers and stylists so that they can disseminate information about breast cancer awareness during the month of October. But that, and we're here to seek approval for the rest of our class schedule for continuing education.
And I have that. It's on your iPads on page 7. They are requesting approval for additional classes for 2013. One for August the 10th and the 11th in Pigeon Forge at the Holiday Inn Hotel. They are having the same course seminar, Empowered to Excel, and then an additional one in October for 2013 in the Saturday, October 12th and Sunday, October 13th at the Tennessee Tech Center in Chattanooga. And the same course descriptions are there. We have also received all of their surveys and comments. If you look on your iPads on page 9, that information is presented along with averages. It looks like every average is above 4 except for the quality of the food, I believe. So the food served, it doesn't look like the participants loved it, but everything else they got great scores on. And then I've also attached the comments in an additional sheet about the topics they request people present in the future, what the participants enjoyed most, and how they can improve. You all can review those. I know this was information you all wanted prior to approving additional dates. It looks like they did exceptional. Roxana, the new director, and myself both attended, as well as Miss Colley. We were extremely, extremely excited of seeing the response of all of the students in the class. It was very interactive, and I was very impressed. Roxana, do you have any comments?
Yeah, they just all seemed really to get into and to participate and like the class size that they had. So everything we saw and heard and people came up to us afterwards seemed very positive.
And Miss Colley? do you have any comments?
I was only there on Saturday. Sorry, I ended up in the emergency room on Saturday night. But I thought Saturday went very smooth. I enjoyed your lunch that day, by the way. I don't know what happened on Sunday. But as far as the program itself, it was very successful.
How many was in attendance, ma'am?
29.
Our recommendation would be that they be approved for the additional 2013 dates, especially with resulting in the survey comments. And they had all the surveys for review prior, so if you have any questions about the survey comments or the averages, feel free to let them know.
Other 2013 dates fall on the same weekends as the other two seminars that are coming up.
I know that the October one doesn't. I'm not sure about the August one, but the August one is going to be in Pigeon Forge, and the August seminar here in Nashville, so it would be for a different area, I believe.
How did you go about getting the names of the ones to send information to as far as who was invited to this one? Or
The board produces a list of all the instructors to all the continuing education seminars with labels, and they do a mailer.
okay, I know some that did not get it, so
Okay.
that's the reason I'm asking.
Well, and that would have been either their address wasn't updated in our system, or maybe there was a mail problem, because we provided the same information to all of the continuing education courses for those individuals.
I updated an address for you, and I know this one talking it's got the right address
Okay, well,
and info, and I just wondered. I
yeah,
told them I would
absolutely.
ask.
Unless you all left anybody off your list with your mailer, I'm not sure.
For the first class, we did a very specific and targeted area instead of doing everybody to see how the first class would go. And then the first class, the class size was relatively small, but we found that was really a plus. It allowed us to be much more interactive, and the other participants to engage with each other and share information. So we enjoyed it. We enjoyed it.
Well, I just wondered. Like I said, I knew some didn't, and I didn't know how you.
Well, this go around, we will do a mass
proceeded.
mailing instead of the smaller mailing.
Mm-hmm.
Did the applicants receive their certificates?
They received them the same day.
The same
yes,
day?
ma'am.
Did they?
That was the ending part of before dismissal.
So the next two seminars are exactly the same as the one you just did that was so highly rated?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Same information.
I make a motion that we approve.
Motion's been made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Ali. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, they are requesting a new seminar for 2014. It's called Setting the Future on Fire. There are different dates for the 2014 seminar: February 8th and 9th, April 12th through the 13th, June 14th, 15th, August 9th and 10th, and October 11th and 12th. They're requesting approval for the new seminar, and all the information is provided, as well as the agenda for on Saturdays and Sundays from 7:30 until 5:30. And the seminar locations are provided for February. It will be held in Nashville. April, it will be held in Memphis. The location is to be determined. June, it will be held again in Nashville. August, it will be held in Pigeon Forge. And October, it will be held in Chattanooga upon approval. And the Setting the Future on Fire information on what the learning objectives are provided. And this all starts in your packet on page 12. And these are all for the year 2014.
Do we have the dates of the other three in 14?
We do not. They apply as anybody else applies for those dates. So.
The reason I'm asking, June the 14th, White Bridge Road, that would be here. And usually, isn't that when Memphis?
That's right.
It's usually around that time. It's
The
either,
weekend.
the second weekend, and it was on the same weekend this year, the one that they just, my question is, normally, do they have to the three existing prior to them, do you all get with them to make sure that the dates are not overlapping?
No, there's no criteria for that. One, they're in different locations. And two, we heard back from a lot of the Memphis individuals this year that the Memphis one was full and they were no longer taking applications, and they wanted to know of other seminars posted on the website where they were, because the Memphis seminar didn't take more than 100 applicants, and there were individuals under the impression they may have to request a continuing to the next year because the Memphis seminar was full.
Well,
So I wouldn't think that we would worry about an overlapping date because we have a lack of seminars as is for our licensees to attend. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but also people may have to travel to another city because of a personal schedule conflict, so not so much as the dates being a problem because they're overlapping, but just offering the flexibility to the instructors who need to attend. So that's my reasoning behind the schedule conflict.
Absolutely. It looks like the 2014 one, if correct me if I'm wrong, I'm reading that they're offering a seminar in Memphis in April. So they would have the opportunity to go ahead and attend in April, the instructors for 2014, if this was approved, and then again in June when the other one's offered if it's approved.
We tried to be intentional about not having it in the same city at the same time as someone else, so people would have that option, and also having more classes so they have options longer throughout the year.
What size of facility do you have?
Location.
Either one of them.
UTC can accommodate, the room we chose this time was for 120 people, but they can go up to 200 at that location in Chattanooga. In Pigeon Forge, up to 200 comfortably. We're setting it up for around 100, 150, just depending on the response. But
What facility do you have in Pigeon Forge?
it's a Holiday Inn.
Holiday
Pigeon
Inn.
Forge. In the other locations, it's the Tennessee Technology Centers, and we're consistent with that. They just didn't have a Tennessee Technology Center in Pigeon Forge. But other than that, they're on the campuses of Tennessee Technology Centers.
Okay, the hours, how are they secured? How do you do those when they get the hours? Do you secure those for later on years?
We've already booked our dates for the classes. We just needed approval to go ahead and.
Oh, the instructors' hours, whenever they get those, do you have those?
We turned that information in. We turned it in. What class was Saturday and Sunday. We had it turned in by
The following week.
By the following week.
With
Do
their
you keep a
survey
record of it?
Yes, ma'am. We do.
How long will you keep that?
Up to 7
Up to
years.
7 years.
7 years?
Yes,
Okay.
This current seminar that you all hosted, what was the maximum capacity that you were set up for?
120.
120, and you had 29 in attendance?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a minimum as to what you needed in order to have the seminar?
There was not a minimum that we needed. There was a minimum that we would have liked to have seen, which would have been 50. But in order to conduct the seminar, we were okay with the numbers that we had.
And we found that the smaller group actually worked really nicely together because it was able to be more interactive. So.
All of these 2014 dates, did you say, okay, so for the one in Memphis, you have not secured a location?
No, we're still looking for that particular location.
We're in talks with But we try to have it on the campus consistently with Tennessee Technology Centers, except for the Pigeon Forge. That's the only location that didn't have one.
But
Madam?
when you do your mailing for the 2014 seminars, will you have all of these, if they're approved, will you have all of these in one mailer, or will you be doing separate mailers?
No, absolutely not. That would be separate mailers.
We'll have all the information, however, on the website.
On which website?
Our website.
Your website?
Yes, and the link is on. It was on the Cosmetology board.
Okay, there was a link there. Okay.
Same teachers for 2014?
Also considering maybe bringing somebody in. It just depends. But yes, right now, so same teachers. Yes, ma'am.
Don't we normally approve that after each seminar, what we've done in the past? We approve it after the seminar?
No, it's my understanding that you just approve upon request. Every year, the new seminar comes and says, this is what we want to approve as our curriculum. We just want one date. I think if the other seminars wanted to offer more than one date, they absolutely could. It just hasn't been the case in the past. So, and in this case, for example, you all just approved 2 additional dates for 2014 after seeing the first date for 2013 completed with positive surveys. So, and that was just per a vote last month. You could have gone ahead and approved those. Every request is really made its own. And in this case, if, you wanted to approve February, wait on location information for April, and then go ahead and approve June and August and October, you could do that. It's up to you. Location information isn't a requirement for the actual list in the rules, and Rob can verify that for me, but I'm pretty sure it's not a requirement. So they've met all the requirements, and it's just up to the board at this point.
The success rate of each one of them, we don't look at that.
Well, we absolutely do. After the next seminar, they'll have to send the surveys in, and those surveys will be provided in front of the board all over again, just like they were this time, on the spreadsheets with the information and the comments.
For each seminar?
Yes.
Is the fee for all of the seminars the same?
Each one of them is in a different location?
The 2 we just approved are exactly the same as the one they just did.
Yes, that's correct.
And so these for 2014, that's a different seminar.
A new topic,
and
yes.
We could approve the first one, then do the same thing we did on this one. Take a look at the feedback, and we could approve the February one since it's different, and look at the feedback on that one to see how that went. Is that correct?
It's up to you if you want to bring it back as additional business, or if you're confident in going ahead and approving them from the results you see today.
Do is take a look at it after, instead of doing all the group right now.
It just costs you another trip to come back and see us. Did anybody here attend the seminar they just did? Ask them for their feedback?
Mike? You can ask them to come up to the
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Okay.
I feel like it was the best symposium that we've ever attended. It was more interactive. A lot of them that we've been to, I feel like we kind of hear the same thing. It's very repetitive, and we got a lot of new information and stuff that we really felt like we could go back and use. So.
Thank you.
You think it would benefit you in your field?
Yes, definitely.
You could take back what you, because I'm a teacher and going to professional developments and continuing ed seminars. Sometimes you grab things that you can actually use and take back, and then sometimes it's like I could have had a nap and been
some
more
that we've
productive.
been to, we felt like that they've told us stuff that we could use if we were teaching kindergarten, or they're not really as much cosmetology related, and that they specifically were teaching things for cosmetology instructors, and it was just very specific to what we needed. And we're a small school and stuff that they went through stuff you could use for a smaller school, and then how you could reapply it for a bigger school, and they just really, I felt like, had something for everybody there.
So you actually came away with things you can apply and use.
Definitely. Okay. It was appropriate for our field and class sizes and everything. So
I think a lot of times instructors, they know the cosmetology business. They know that, but teaching is a whole different area, and you've got to have those skills, and so it sounds like that's what it was more about, the skills interacting with your students and the approach of, teaching and learning. So,
and we've even gone to instructor symposiums where we sat through a basic color theory class. We didn't need to spend our time doing that.
Right.
So this was a lot more of what we needed. So.
Okay.
Anything?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was nice to hear. and we were really intentional about talking to our colleagues and people in the field about what they need. And that's one of the things that we said in the beginning, and I think it was the day Ms. Colley was there. We want to give you tools on Saturday and Sunday that you can go back and implement on Monday. And so.
I have one suggestion. Make sure the air's not too cold on White Ridge Road.
Take care of that on Sunday. He missed it. Cold.
Was it better on Sunday?
It was better on Sunday.
I was perfectly comfortable.
That was one cold place.
Ms. Powers, y'all attended both days?
No, we just attended on Sunday.
Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion on this?
I had one question. So you're the board member from their area. Did they consult with you about the topics?
They consulted with all of us at the last, when we okayed the program.
Yes, but you know how we had been doing
right,
with
and
the other ones.
we had established that there was no legal requirement for the applicants to consult with the board. When they come and request approval, the board can always make statements on their topics, but I think in the past it had just been a practice for the board to meet with the applicants to say this is what we think and this is what we don't think. But in this case, this was a new occurrence and it looks like it was really successful. So as far as a legal requirement, no, there's nothing. But if the board wants to make comments and request certain things be provided, I know that they are very receptive. So they would be willing to speak with anybody about that.
We want to give what's needed in the field at the time, and we try to be intentional about asking instructors, what do you need? What's going on in the classrooms? What would be beneficial? What would be helpful? And we did send that information along to Ms. Colley. I think we emailed it to her ahead of the seminar, because we knew she was the person who was going to.
Just new questions. Okay, you were members of the staff, both of you, so you could answer questions or give info to this seminar that just happened.
Yes.
Okay, y'all were what staff did the others?
What staff?
Staff, in regards to office, the administrator.
Who went to the other board?
Staff.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, I withdraw the question. Thank you.
I'd like to answer your question, Ms. Smith. I just don't understand if any other Board of Cosmetology staff went to any other instructor
I just
seminars?
said staff. It's the office administrator. It's the office administrator that usually goes.
Right, Miss Roxana went
I
as
said,
well.
Okay, y'all represented it here. Okay, as far as staff, I said who from the staff will take care of all the other seminars where they have like a
Oh, the board
laws.
information presentation. That is something that we haven't addressed. I think that we likely wouldn't be able to come to every seminar. This is a great topic, and we talked to them last time about maybe getting together something for them to present on board office changes, because obviously nothing is going to change between now and August and October drastically that we didn't already announce. But changes do come down the pipe. And we could provide something for them to present. But as far as ongoing, it may be that they want to request a board member attend or just request that information for us in advance.
And we've definitely put that invitation out there. We've even had someone from the barber board contact us, and they plan to attend the Chattanooga class.
So we've already approved 2013. We're just down to 14.
That's correct.
Discuss 14.
Excuse me, did you go to the Memphis seminar?
I did not. The board actually voted that Pearl be their representative at that seminar. Yes.
Any discussion on the 14 schedule?
I had a question about the notifications, about the mail out. You had stated that you wouldn't include all of these in one mail out. From a marketing perspective, that would be
A
a
recommendation of the board. I mean, it's quite possible to send out, a list of all of the classes. That information it's on the website. So we would do the different mailers in waves depending on the class.
And I wasn't sure of the benefit of sending it out at the beginning of the year for classes that were not going to happen to the end of the year, unless there's a board suggestion on a way to do that to where it'll be conducive and productive. Then that's something that we can look at.
As I was saying, from a marketing perspective, it would be to your benefit if you sent all the information out at one time. But if you had any criteria as to a minimum attendance and minimum signees, that you would cancel a seminar because of lack of attendance, then I was just wondering how you would address that. But you said it'd be on the website.
I would like to come to the October one, at least like one day. I live in Chattanooga, so I think it's at Chattanooga State.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the Health and Sciences building.
Okay.
We would love to have you at the October one.
We'll send you some information.
Okay, that'd be great.
Are you going as a spokesperson?
Me?
Yeah, or just to observe?
I'm just gonna be an observer. Is that okay?
If you want to do a Q&A session, we had people who had questions, and that's something that Ms. Powers and Ms. Gamuccio answer questions at ours. So, otherwise, they can send us information and we can share that ourselves.
I didn't just sit there.
Well, no, they can informally ask me questions, if that's all right.
Okay.
All right, we've settled 2013. Let's move to 14. Decide if you want to see one before you okay the rest of them. We need to really move on with this.
Well, I make a motion that we approve the February 2014 seminar and then do the exact same procedure that we have just done to take a look at this different one and the feedback from it. I'm sorry you have to come back, but that's I feel, not we, I'm not speaking for, I feel more comfortable taking a look at it since it is a different type of program.
Learning objectives, some of them are really similar, and the things that'll change are just a little bit of the focus. The learning objectives still cover a lot of the same material. It just allows us to tweak it a little bit depending on what's going on in the industry at the time. If you look at those learning objectives, a lot of that information is the same. The things that might change are the interactive activities and the discussions and the things that we focus on.
Coopinger just made a motion that we okay the February 2014 and then have you come back with the evaluations for the rest of them. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Seconded by Miss Alley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. So we've okayed February. Thank you. Now, what page were we on?
275 and 6.
$66.
Then you're close to it.
270 what?
5. Tell Sonal. Everybody let me know when you get there and I'll go for it.
I think we're there.
All right. I have a reciprocity application for a cosmetology license from India for Sonal Patel. Sonal? I think it's actually Sonal Patel. Which states the applicant attended Palak Beauty in India and received 1,800 hours. A diploma and other documentation is provided for the applicant. It's a translated diploma. There was other certifications, but they all looked very similar. This was the only translated document.
So how many hours did you say?
1,800 on her application. She also provided a marriage certificate which showed a name change and high school diploma certificate which wasn't really applicable for the board's review.
Did you have a recommendation?
Not yet. The applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I'll make a motion that she take the Tennessee examination.
Motion is made by Ms. Coopinger.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a reciprocity application for a manicurist license from California for Lynn Quan Bowie from Alabama and California. I said California. Certification from Alabama verifies reciprocal licensure received from California in 2009. Verification of 400 hours is provided, and a 2012 tax return is provided. The application recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Smith that sit for the exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for an aesthetic license from California for Erica Page. The provided information is that the applicant received 600 hours in the aesthetic curriculum in 2009. California certification verifies the 600 hours and initial date of licensing in 2010. The recommendation diploma information is provided. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee esthetician exam. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Puerto Rico for Sue Wu. Provides the applicant received 1,500 hours in the curriculum in 2001. The certification verifies 1,500 hours and initial date of licensure in 2002. A transcript is provided as well as testing information. Recommendation is approval.
Make the motion, we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister that we approve. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? If we don't get a second, we don't get a motion. Is there a discussion then?
Second. Go ahead.
Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for aesthetics license from California for Chow Thai Ngoc Nguyen. The application provides the applicant receive 600 hours in the curriculum for Christine K. Beauty School. California certification verifies 600 hours and initial date of licensure in 2012. Recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that she sit for the exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for a reciprocal manicurist license from California for Van Chan Nguyen. It provides the applicant receive 400 hours in the curriculum from International College. California certification verifies the 400 hours and initial date of licensure in 2009. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity for a manicurist license from Florida for Tracy Hunn provides the applicant receives 240 hours in the curriculum from a School of Skin and Nails. The certification verifies 240 hours and initial date of licensure in 2011. Tax returns are provided for 2008 through 2012 but are inconclusive due to the date of licensure of the applicant. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Pennsylvania for Christy Jones Slappy. Virginia certification verifies reciprocal licensing from Pennsylvania from 2012 to the present, and Pennsylvania certification verifies 1,250 hours and initial date of licensure in 2010. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, to take the exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from California for Win provides the applicant received 400 hours in the curriculum in 1999. The California certification verifies 400 hours and initial date of licensure in 1999. A work history letter is provided as well as tax records for 2007 through 2011. The applicant's information was previously presented for approval in February, but the board voted the applicant test. At that time, tax records were not included from the applicant's information. Current recommendation is approval.
Did the applicant ever take an exam?
Give me 1 second. Yes, California requires passage of a practical and a written and practical examination pursuant to their certification.
Where'd that come from?
I don't even see it on the radar.
You don't want to raise the blind?
I'd have to stop.
Finally got some excitement in here, didn't we?
Wow, that was quick. There's a man standing out in it, right there. Okay, now we found out that he did take, or he did take the exam.
Yes.
And he has proof of work.
That's correct.
2007 through 2011?
Yes.
Where's 12 and?
Maybe he has a file 12.
Oh.
And provide 12, but there's a work history letter provided.
Oh.
Why did we ask him before to take the exam?
He didn't have his tax records. Just the work history letter, and it's a little inconclusive because it wasn't signed. And then he provided a new work history letter that is signed and notarized along with the tax returns. It's on page 313. And the previous work history letter is right before that, 312.
All right, he wouldn't have 12 because he did not work in 12 that I'm aware of.
The first work history letter says until October 20th of 2012, which was the initial date of application, and that's what we generally go by with immediately preceding work history, is the date of their application. Once they move to the state, even though the reciprocal application process may take some time, we obviously don't want them working, so we use that date. And you can see his application is dated then. And the previous, before the board, was in February. I'm not sure what the delay was. It may be that we were waiting on certifications or whatever the case may be.
Any discussion or questions? Thoughts? Opinions?
I'd like to make a motion based on this additional information of the work history that we grant reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. Cuppinger that we accept reciprocity. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for a manicurist license from Arizona by reciprocity from California for Than T. Nguyen. The California certification verifies 400 hours and initial date of licensure in 2012, and the Arizona certification verifies reciprocal license from California. Recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Motion is made by Ms. McAllister that he sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Herfer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for a reciprocal manicurist license from Texas for Thuy Dung Thai Tran. The certification and transcript verify 600 hours and initial date of licensing in 2013. The recommendation is approval. I'm not sure why this one came before us. A transcript just provided. That one should have been approved.
Particular school in Texas unrelated to the scam?
No, it's not. Actually, Roxana and I put these together, and sometimes when the licensing technician gives us the applications, I'll take some out that can be approved. This one I probably would have taken out, but since we did it together, I didn't get to go through every single one. She went through some of them. So, not to blame it on Roxana, but I would have approved this.
Okay, so it's not related to the...
No, it's not.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Alley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Texas for Duck P. Liu. The certification and diploma verifies 1,500 hours and initial date of licensing in 2012 for InStyle Beauty College. It's the same with just a cosmetology license. Oh. Recommendation is approval.
Make the motion we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister that we approve. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Alley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity from Texas for Lu Fong Tran. The certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from Beauty Models, previously Universal Beauty College, and passage of a written and practical exam in 2013. The applicant's transcript is provided from Beauty Models. Texas Board was contacted to verify and provided the same information that a transcript could be provided for certification, which is enclosed, and that the applicant was licensed in Texas by examination.
I make a motion that we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity for an aesthetics license for Marita Coleman from Indiana. The certification and diploma verify 700 hours and initial date of licensing in 2012. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger that the applicant take the exam. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mr. Herfer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Madam Chairman, excuse me. May we back up to That Duck,
No, I noticed.
we've got two different names.
I know. I noticed that, and I think we misscanned a document. I don't think that.
Don't go together.
Yeah, I don't think that Beauty School of Dallas transcript goes with the applicant's information. I noticed that. I apologize for that.
It's okay.
Page 336.
Did you say the Texas board was contacted for that one as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they verified examination for the applicant.
And the hours?
They do not verify hours. They simply verify examination and licensure. You can read that on their certifications. It's actually right, if you're on page 335, it says Texas Department of Licensing does not certify hours over, well, and above those required for licensure. But basically they certify their statements are that they completed 1,500 hours 12th grade and took a practical and written examination in order to become licensure. So they're certifying licensure.
They're certifying the number of hours it takes it requires for a license, right?
Right. When you speak to them, they don't, the schools are required to certify hours. For example, on our certifications, we can state that you went to X hours at Paul Mitchell and X hours at Fayetteville School because you report those hours as a school. They're just certifying that it requires 1,500 hours to become a licensed cosmetologist there. Does that make sense? We're back on page 344. Marita Coleman also has a manicuring reciprocity application from Indiana. The certification and diploma verify 450 hours in manicuring and initial date of licensing in 2003. She has tax returns verifying work history in the industry for 2009, 10, 11, and 12. That's only 4 years, so we recommend that she take the Tennessee examination for manicuring as well.
Yeah, I make a motion the applicant take the Tennessee examination for manicurist.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that she take the exam. Is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application for a reciprocal cosmetology license for Catherine Rowe from Kentucky. The certification verifies 1,800 hours and passage of an examination in 2013. This one's a little bit different, so I'm going to go ahead and explain in advance. Kentucky requires all students to work under an apprentice license for 6 months prior to actually receiving licensure, but you have to complete the 1,800 hours and take the exam prior to doing the apprentice 6-month work. So she substantially meets all the requirements for licensure in Tennessee because she's completed the hours and taken the examination. Kentucky just licensed them as an apprentice student still. So I would recommend that she meets all Tennessee's requirements for reciprocity and approval, but she technically didn't have full licensure in Kentucky. That makes sense, the explanation of the way Kentucky works.
She doesn't have her 6 months.
Right. After you go to school for 1,800 hours as a cosmetologist and take your examinations and pass them, you then go to work for 6 months. Prior to obtaining your cosmetology license, you're more of a cosmetology apprentice. You've gone to school and you've tested. And that's why she didn't have licensure in Kentucky, but she would have done everything in Tennessee to maintain licensure.
Where does she stand in the process? Is she
just was ready to move to Kentucky. I believe she had an explanation letter that she had a sick.
Has she done? She's gotten her hours and she's taken an exam.
She's gotten the hours. She's taken the exam. She was in the process of working the apprentice, but she had to move to Tennessee.
And so she didn't get the 6 months in.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll make a motion we accept reciprocity.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger. We accept by reciprocity. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity for a manicuring license for Heen Do Win from Georgia. The certification verifies 525 hours and a transcript provided verifies 604 hours. An initial date of licensure in 2011. Recommendation is approval.
That breakdown on the transcription, on the transcript, blah. On the transcript, those could be apprenticeship hours, correct?
Generally, if you look at the certification, it will be established if it's apprentice, and on their application they'll put if it's apprentice, because they don't get licensed if they only have 525 hours at a school. Does that make sense? She would have put, what is Georgia, as a nail technician, 1050 hours on her application, and that's how you usually see the difference in apprentice hours and schoolroom hours, because Georgia requires 525 hours for nail technicians. If she had received apprenticeship hours, she would have put that on her application, and 525 would have not been enough for apprentice licensure in Georgia. Does that make sense? Or would have 604.
Does it look like this person is missing anything in their transcript of the things they've taken? For example, like sanitation. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Or on the transcript, is there anything there about sterilization, sanitation, bacteriology, and any of that that is very important in this profession?
It's not there.
There would be questions on an exam that deal with that. I make a motion they take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger that they sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Last but not least, we have a reciprocity application for a manicurist license from Min Hatet. The applicant is requesting reconsideration from the board's February 2013 decision that he tests. The applicant's certification verifies 600 hours in the manicurist curriculum from Universal Beauty College in Texas and passage of a written and practical examination. Board office records indicate Universal Beauty College sold hours to various applicants and later had its school license revoked by Texas Board. The Texas Board office was contacted to aid in verification of the individual's licensure, and the contact advised the Texas office show the records that show the individual is licensed, but the school hours certified were submitted to the school prior to the license revocation, but the individual's applicants were not vetted. The applicant has attached his transcript for verification. Right. My recommendation is that he be approved.
This is the same school.
Yes, it is. It's the previous Texas school that we mentioned.
We approved the other ones, is that correct?
Yes.
Discussion? Thoughts?
Motion that we approve reciprocity.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we approve reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Hey, ladies, we are on lunch break. If you all want to take lunch break now, if you want to continue to the legal report, we can do so. We can just take a 30-minute lunch break and decide to reconvene at 12:30. We can take an hour. It's up to you. The market, the farmer's market is right here behind us in walking distance, and I would say that probably at noon, 45 minutes to an hour would be best to ensure you could all get back with enough time. But as you all know, there's a break room right here with snacks in the vending machine. It's up to you.
And snacks.
Cookies, crackers, not hamburgers or sandwiches.
Okay. You want a break, or do you want...
And the legal report has 80 items on it. 50, I'm sorry.
50 items.
Yes.
What'd you say? We're going to take a vote. How many would like to keep going for a little bit longer before we break for lunch? We're going to let you make the decision. How many want to break right now? A lot of people don't want to vote at all.
I would recommend, since there's at least an agenda break, that we take at least a 15-minute break.
Ma'am.
Since we're on a lunch break and it's noon, I would recommend we at least take a 15-minute break.
Let's do it. Let's take a little break for something.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When I was asking, is it
No, they usually don't.
Back up and look at how many emails I've got.
Oh, I'm going to go upstairs.
Okay, but we've got a lot.
didn't either turn.
Well, no, it's just a short break. Yeah.
Right before Rob starts the legal report, I just wanted to let everybody know that this afternoon the legislative liaisons will be here to talk about the new public chapters, as well as legal and I are here to answer some questions that we can answer about them. They are on the agenda, but if you want a moment to speak, you need to sign in and write that you want to speak, and we'll have an allotted time for each person that wants to make a public comment to the board. So make sure to sign in the sign-in sheet in the back, please. Okay. And on to the legal report. Are y'all on your new report on your iPads? Does everybody?
Report.
Yes, case report is the second one.
On the side, in the margin. Hit that round button on the books. Well, yes, you can go there.
Books.
It's my heart.
Very good.
We'll just go through these. There's 3 different headings, and we'll just go through them all. I guess each heading, and then have the board vote on that section, then move to the next one. So the first section is some previous cases with new information. Number 1 is 2013-003831, and this matter was presented at the April 2013 meeting, and it was a case about a notice of violation that had some violations in it. Based on that, we authorized a consent order for a civil penalty of $750, and that went out. And the update is legal received a letter from the respondent's attorney dated May 20th, 2013, which a request was made for the board to reconsider the proposed civil penalty to settle the case. The reasons given were that although the name tag allegation is admitted, the laundry appliances were concealed behind a curtain that was installed at the recommendation of the previous inspection, and the respondents believe this was sufficient to comply with the board's rules. Also, in response to the allegation of unlicensed conduct relative to providing manicure services, the letter asserts the respondent has timely obtained the renewal of the respondent's license but had failed to properly display that license. Okay, so in light of this, the recommendation is to maintain the decision to approve a formal hearing with authority to settle through a consent order and reduce the civil penalty to $500 in recognition of the respondent's apparent attempt to comply. And that's sort of based on the fact that this person they thought was unlicensed really was. They just didn't display the license they were supposed to. Okay, moving on. Number 2. 2013-004101. This matter is presented at the May 6th meeting, and this was a notice of violation that they had at least one trainee teaching a manicure school, teaching class without an instructor present. The school allegedly violated the board sanitary rules, failed to have an inspection report posted, failed to provide lighting in the manicure tables, and failed to ensure that all instructors were wearing name tags. And based on this, the board authorized a formal hearing, settled by consent order of $250 for each of the 5 violations for a total of $1,250. Since this initial presentation, a more thorough review of the circumstances surrounding the NOV shows that the violations were almost immediately either corrected or were in the process of being corrected, and that the evidence presented as violations were not detailed enough to support a formal hearing. So I recommend rescind the consent order and issue a letter of warning to maintain compliance with all rules. This is in recognition of the respondent's efforts to comply. Number 3. 2012-026181. This matter was presented at the February 4 meeting. Notice of violation: the area inspector observed a cosmetologist and a manicurist working on clients without an ID tag. The inspector observed a master barber who stated that he'd been working in the shop for about 6 weeks, meaning he didn't have a license to be in the cosmetology shop. The inspector found dirty brushes in the barber's drawer at the workstation. And according to the departmental licensing records, this shop doesn't have a dual shop license. So at the time, the board accepted a recommendation for a formal hearing and a civil penalty of $500. And the update is a review of the board's records reveals that the area inspector has advised that this respondent shop is no longer operating. So recommend close the case and flag the file with the option to reconsider if new information arises. Number 4, 2012-024821. This matter is presented to the board at a previous meeting, at which time it was reported that an October 18, 2012 notice of violation indicated the respondent's shop was open for business without a manager present. At the time of the presentation, the board accepted a recommendation for a formal hearing with a civil penalty of $500. The update in this case is a review of the board's records reveals the area inspector has advised that this shop is no longer operating, so it has the same recommendation. Close the case, flag the file, and if something new comes up, we can revisit. Number 5, which is the last in this heading, 2013-002291. This matter is presented at its March 4th meeting. And this is one alleges the area inspector observed a licensed esthetician was adding eyelash extensions to a client without wearing an ID tag. The shop license expired as of 11/30/2012. The inspector states the licensee's license was not posted, and further found the owner's personal brushes were dirty and stored in a closed container with the clean tools. The shop license was renewed on February 4th of 2013. The initial presentation, the board approved a recommendation for a formal hearing, civil penalty of $500. An update is a review of the board's records reveals the area inspector has advised that this respondent shop is no longer operating either. So, same thing, close the case, flag the file, something new comes up, we can revisit. Would the board like to vote on this section before we move on?
We have 5 that he went 5 cases. Are there any questions on those 5, or do I hear a motion we accept?
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Ms. Cuppinger, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Rob, could you read me bedtime stories?
Okay. The next section. This one's the longest one. All right, number 1, 2013-009041. Notice of violation issued on April 16 alleges the respondent, a licensed Cosmo shop, was using an unlicensed individual, and the individual's license that expired on September 30 of last year. Also failed to maintain a clean facility by having dirty floors and uncovered trash containers, failed to properly label all products, and failed to keep all tools and implements properly cleaned and sanitized. There's no complaint history for this respondent, so I recommend formal hearing, the civil penalty, $1,250 for each of the 5. Number 2, 2013-002991, a complaint submitted by a member of the public dated January 13, 2012, alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, utilized unlicensed individuals in violation of our statute. An investigation was requested and conducted by a person that is not a board inspector. This was an inspector from another division, and the results were inconclusive. So, close with the cease and desist order and a letter of warning against the use of unlicensed individuals. Number 3, 2013-003001, a complaint submitted by a member of the public dated January 13 last alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, was using unlicensed individuals. And this investigation was requested and conducted by an inspector for the reg boards in general. The results were not conclusive. So, same thing, close with the cease and desist order, a letter of warning against using unlicensed individuals. Number 4, 2013-003391. The complaint submitted by a member of the public dated January 13 alleges the same thing. A licensed cosmetology shop is using an unlicensed person, and it was the same investigation by that member of the department's general inspection. Close with the cease and desist order and a letter of warning against the use of unlicensed individuals. Number 5, 2013-007571. A notice of violation issued on April 4th alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, failed to maintain a clean facility by exhibiting excessive trash on the floor, nail dust on exposed surfaces, did not store towels in proper containers, failed to clean the foot baths and keep instruments properly sanitized, failed to properly label all products, and when he's using at least one employee, he was not wearing a proper name tag. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle with a consent order of $1,250, $250 for each of the 5 violations. Number 6, 2013-003031. The complaint arises from a consumer complaint dated January 3rd of this year and alleges the respondent, a licensed shop, was responsible for transmitting skin disorders due to improper disinfection of the shop's foot baths, which, if true, would violate our rule against sanitation and disinfection. The letter was sent to the respondent shop from the board offices dated February 11, 2013, asking for clarification of these allegations, but no reply was ever received. And we don't have a notice of violation that says it was that's what happened. So recommend close with the letter of warning that all equipment must be maintained in sanitary condition. 7/2013-006001. The complaint arises from a consumer complaint dated March 11th of this year. Alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, employs unlicensed persons to provide services, which, if true, since this wasn't an inspector-generated complaint, it's a consumer complaint. The respondent's shop, in a written reply, addresses the complainant's behavior while receiving services, but does not mention the allegation of the use of unlicensed persons. There's no complaint history for this particular respondent. So recommend close the case with the letter of warning that the use of unlicensed or unqualified persons to provide services is unlawful. Did we misnumber these? Numbers. Great. 2013-005341. The complaint was filed as a consumer complaint dated February 23rd. Alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, was using improper methods to provide pedicure services and did not sanitize implements before providing these services. So recommend close with the letter of warning that all equipment must be maintained in a sanitary condition. Number 9, 2013-006011. The complaint was filed as a consumer complaint dated April 13, 2013, and alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, used improper methods to provide pedicure services and did not sanitize implements before providing them. In written reply, the respondent shop denies any sanitary violations and expresses a desire to satisfy all customers and regrets any dissatisfaction experienced by the complainant. Recommend close with the letter of warning that all equipment must be maintained in a sanitary condition. N 2013-009111. A notice of violation issued April 25th alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure shop, was operating with unlicensed persons, was in possession of waxing equipment despite the respondent was only licensed to provide manicuring services, failed to properly label all products, failed to ensure that all employees were wearing proper name tags, and had the washer and dryer improperly placed next to a sink. I recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle for civil penalty of $1,250. Number 11, 2013-008351. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology school, acted in an unprofessional way toward an enrollee. Specifically, aside from personality conflicts, the complainant alleges that the school terminated her without justification, would not release her grades, and demanded tuition payment for services received. Documentation from the respondent's school denies the personal allegations, and a letter dated May 1st of this year addressed to the board's offices indicates that the complainant's hours have been released and tuition balance has been dropped in an effort to resolve the situation. So I recommend close and flag the respondent's file with the option to reconsider if new relevant information arises. Number 12, 2013-008901. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology school, acted in an unprofessional way toward an enrollee. Documentation in the complaint file does not indicate any disciplinary behavior on the part of the respondent in its relations with the complainant enrollee. So recommend close and flag the respondent's license file with option to reconsider if new information arises. Number 13, 2013-007001. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology school, acted in an unprofessional way toward a current enrollee. This complaint form that was submitted, it appears that the complainant enrollee is experiencing personal differences with the director. This is a situation which is outside the board's jurisdiction. So recommend close the complaint for lack of disciplinary grounds. 14, 2013-007931. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, is utilizing unlicensed persons to provide professional service, which, if true, would violate our statute. The respondent answers with a list of current employees and the accompanying license numbers. There's no inspection report for this else. So recommend close and flag the respondent's license file with the option to reconsider if something else comes up. Number 15, 2013-007921. This consumer complaint alleges that the respondent, a licensed manicure shop, is utilizing unlicensed persons. The respondent answers with the list of current employees and the accompanying license numbers, and there's no inspection report for this business, so we don't know what their records really look like. Recommend close and flag the respondent's file with the option to reconsider if new information arises. Number 16, 2013-007871. This consumer complaint alleges that the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, ignored the complainant's request, provided an incompetent service, and did not accept responsibility for the errors in the complainant's hair coloring in violation of 624127B2. Part of the allegations, the complainant provides photographs of the results which appear to be below industry standards. The respondent did not reply to the allegations. So recommend close with the letter of warning to provide professional services at all times. 17, 2013-004091. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, an unlicensed individual, is offering hairstyling services without first obtaining the proper license. This is evidenced by the complainant providing a screenshot of the respondent's website that shows the offering of such services. There's been no answer from this respondent, so recommend authorize a cease and desist order. Number 18, 2013-005311. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure and skincare shop, provided services for which the shop did not have a license. Specifically, the complaint alleges that waxing services were provided when the license only allowed manicuring services to be offered. The board's record shows that the respondent is licensed in both disciplines. In that case, I recommend close the case for lack of grounds for discipline. 19, 2013-004031. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, ignored the complainant's request, provided incompetent service, and didn't accept responsibility for errors in the complainant's manicure treatment. The respondent did not reply to these allegations. So recommend close with the letter of warning to provide professional services at all times. Number 20, 2013-007861. There's a notation here. The license information above belongs to the respondent shop owner at the time the complaint was filed, and the shop is now under new ownership. But at the time, the consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, did not use proper antiseptic techniques while providing manicuring services. A written reply from the respondent insists that all applicable rules were followed in the course of providing this service, and there's no complaint history for the respondent as they were. So recommend with close with the letter of warning to strictly follow all the board's sanitary rules. Number 21, 2013-006971. The consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, ignored the complainant's request, provided incompetent service, did not adequately correct the errors in the complainant's hair coloring. In support of the allegations, the complaint provides photographs of the results, which would appear to be below industry standards. The respondent did not reply to these allegations, so recommend close with the letter of warning to provide professional services at all times. Number 22, 2013-004081. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, is employing persons to provide hairstyling services without first obtaining the proper license. The complainant describes the license providing haircut as having expired in February of 2009. There's been no answer from the respondent, so recommend authorize a cease and desist order against using unlicensed employees. 23-2013-003951. A notice of violation issued February 1st, 2013 alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure shop, was operating with unlicensed persons. At least one. Recommend authorize a cease and desist order along with a formal hearing with authority to settle for a civil penalty of $250. 24-2013-006061. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, is employing unlicensed individuals to provide services. Subsequently to the receipt of the complainant submitted a request to withdraw the complaint, stating that he did not have all the facts to warrant any further action. There's a pending complaint on an unrelated matter for this respondent, but otherwise there's no disciplinary history. So recommend dismiss the case for lack of disciplinary grounds. Number 25, 2013-006991. The complainant alleges the respondent, a licensed manicurist and skincare shop, is employing unlicensed individuals. Board office records indicate that a copy of the complaint and a request for response were sent to the respondent. However, no record of such response has been received as of the date of this report. So recommend authorize a cease and desist advisory notice regarding employing unlicensed individuals and warning provisions for the failure to respond to the complaint. And then after that, close the case. 26, 2013-007561. A notice of violation alleges that during the course of inspecting the respondent's shop, the area inspector observed the respondent's shop license expiration date had been written over to read 9/30/2014 instead of 9/30/2011. The inspector states that the owner or manager's cosmetology license expired as of October 31st of last year. The inspector also noted sanitary violations that would apply if the shop had an active shop license. Board office records indicate that the respondent's shop license expired September 11, 2011 and remains expired. So the recommendation is authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with the payment of a $1,000 civil penalty for operating an unlicensed shop and a cease and desist order. 27, 2013-007491. Notice of violation alleges the respondent's shop has been operating under a new shop owner for 2 months without first submitting an application for change of ownership and passing the required inspection. Further, the inspector also observed a copy of manicurist license posted in the respondent's shop. Board office records indicate that an application for change of ownership was received on April 10th, 2013, and such application was approved on May 2nd. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle with a civil penalty of $250 for each of the 2 violations for a total of $500. 28, 2013-008301. The notice of violation and accompanying inspection report alleged that the respondent shop owner, who's also the manager, license expired as of March 31st of this year. According to the inspection report, the respondent shop owner had a client at the time of the inspection. Board office records indicate the license has now been renewed. So recommend authorize a letter of warning and close the case. 29, 2013-008311. The notice of violation and accompanying inspection report alleges that the area inspector observed 7 personal licenses were posted on the front wall of their shop and not at the holder's workstation, where they're supposed to be. The inspector also observed an unlicensed individual performing an acrylic service on a client's nails wearing someone else's ID tag. And further, the inspector states that no shop manager was present. Additionally, the inspector found nail dust on the manicure table and nail tips on the floor. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a civil penalty of $1,000, $250 for each of the 4 violations. Number 30, 2013-008501. A notice of violation issued April 16th alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, had no inspection sheets posted, and the washer and dryer were improperly placed, and that a trash can was open in violation of our rules. The inspector states that the respondent's shop was previously verbally warned for similar violations in 2011. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle through a consent order for civil penalty of $250 for each of the 3 distinct violations for a total of $750. 31, 2013-008531. A notice of violation issued April 19th alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure shop, failed to ensure all employees were wearing proper name tags and was utilizing an unlicensed individual. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle for a $500 civil penalty. 32, 2013-008521. A notice of violation issued April 17th alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure shop, failed to ensure that a licensee employee was wearing a proper name tag, was utilizing a licensee who displayed a photocopy of his personal license in the shop, failed to maintain a clean facility, failed to keep instruments properly sanitized and stored, was in possession of waxing equipment despite only being licensed to provide manicure services. So the recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle for a civil penalty of $1,000. The last one in this block, 33, 2013-007471. A notice of violation issued March 27, 2013, alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, was operating in a new location without submitting an application for change of location and passing the required inspection. Board office records indicate that an application for change of location was received on April 2nd and that was approved on April 24th. So I recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle with a consent order civil penalty of $250. Now, there's only 6 in the next block. We can either do those now or you can vote on this.
It's covered what we've covered so far.
Okay.
Are there any questions on the cases he's presented?
I have a question. There's several consumer complaints or members of the public complaints, and I see that you're pretty consistent. It's closed with a letter of warning. These consumer complaints are going to the office. Is that where they're going to?
Cosmetology offices first. The respondent's given a chance to respond to the allegations, and after a period, that's sent to legal for analysis.
What I was wondering is, are the inspectors being notified of these particular shops when these complaints come in from consumers? Because
it really depends on the circumstance. If it's a sanitation item in question, absolutely, we'll send them out there to inspect, and that inspection may result in a notice of violation that we'll send up with a combined file. But oftentimes it's a customer service type issue. I didn't like my haircut, or they hurt my fingernail, or, just that type of thing. So it just depends on, it's in a case-by-case situation.
a lot of these that he went over seemed to me like an inspector needed to follow up, and I didn't know if they were notified about these particular shops or not.
Not indicated in the legal file. I guess we probably have a standard operating procedure.
Right.
But that would happen outside of the legal report.
Other comments?
Number 26.
Yeah, I had one question about that one too.
I think you need to double the civil penalty on that one.
Because of the deceit.
Right.
Trying to make a 1 a 4.
That does shock the conscience, doesn't it?
That emotion.
We can do that because this actually comes from a notice of violation, and we have the actual written proof, so we can make that stick.
So what are you recommending?
Double the violation, the penalty.
Make it 2,000.
That's horrible. What?
Any other comments other than 26, changing it to 2,000 versus 1,000? Or, if not, do I hear a motion we accept with the one change of number 26 to $2,000?
I so move.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second of Ms. Ali, that we accept the recommendations except for changing number 26 to $2,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Okay.
All right, the last heading is reciprocity cases presented to close. As you know, we've been having some reciprocity issues where Rachel knows a whole lot more about it than I do, where we've been looking into people that were improperly offered a license through our board that didn't actually have the paperwork to back it up. This was coming through reciprocity from other jurisdictions. We've had several formal hearings on that matter to revoke those licenses, but some of them, it turns out, actually did have all their paperwork in line, and that's what these are. We open them as complaints, but as it turns out, they have all the paperwork and they were properly issued a license. And there's 6 of them. I'll just read the numbers, because at the bottom there's a statement. It's a general recommendation. The above referenced cases were investigated for reciprocity issues and were found to be properly awarded licenses, and they're presented with the recommendation to close. Number 1 is 2013-010171. Number 2 is 2013-010021. 3 is 2013-010071. 4 is 2013-010281. 5 is 2013-010111. And number 6 is 2013-010181. Board's authority to actually close these cases. So.
Have any discussion, or do I hear a motion that we close these cases?
I make a motion we close these cases.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we close these 6 cases. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
That wasn't so bad, was it? That's
No.
For the legal report.
Next, we have consent orders for June 2013 totaling $13,780. Those consent orders are provided on your iPad subsequent to the legal report. We just need a motion to approve entry of all the consent orders.
It's $13,780?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do I hear a motion we accept? Motion made by Ms. Ali, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that we accept $13,780 in consent orders. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Fantastic. Now we are on to other business on the agenda. First up is a PSI testing approval process change. We had talked to you a little bit last month about some changes with PSI, and PSI has been working on getting us some details on fixing our process, and this is exactly what this is. So right now, as I explained last month, the applications are submitted to PSI, and PSI reviews those and approves them. They are in a paper format, and they're notarized twice, one where the applicant signs, one where the school signs, for verification of the student hours, and they check boxes here, there, and the other. The intent is to allow schools to have students apply online, and this is the process. So if you scroll to page 33 on your iPads, I'm going to just go through these details, and then I have presented you all this piece of paper, which is what the new application will look like for licensure once the test has been completed. It is the answers printed out, their testing information. We'll say congratulations, they've approved with their test on it. There's an example on the iPad as well, but it's actually for a Tennessee Real Estate Commission one, because the Real Estate Commission does the same process. But PSI did at the end of the week send us the cosmetology form, so I provided that in print for you. So what this entry right here does after they pass the test will result in this, where they send their money in with this. So just to go ahead and tell you the summary of the process. What would happen is each school would be provided a username and password to a PSI account where they would log in and put the individual student's information. It would be each individual school would have a different login for their school and their students. They could put this information in by bulk, or they can put it in by each applicant at one time. So if you look on page 33, this is what PSI has provided to us, and it looks like screenshots of what the school would do as you go through the process. So first they would log into the system with their account login and password. There would be a different account for cosmetology than there would be for barber. Example, if barbers were doing this with PSI as well, just to clarify. Then they had the ability to search candidates, do a bulk upload, a single upload of a candidate, and look at their pending lists. If you see the tabs at the bottom of the first page, so that's just that option. When you want to upload a single candidate, this is what it would look like, the screenshot. You click candidate, and then it says the account name. For example, it would be Tennessee Cosmetology, and then they'd pick the test. Right now it's for real estate. You can see it says broker and real estate. They're just giving examples of the system that they have in place that they would have for the cosmetology board. And you click on the courses they completed, their date of completion, the number of hours. Additionally, you would put in the demographics, the candidate's information, their last name and first name, the school, the street address, their postal zip code, telephone numbers, email address, their date of birth, and then they could upload any documentation that was necessary or required. For example, a completion withdrawal form may be uploaded there. Secondly, they just click the button to upload. It's just like uploading on any computer system, and that is all immediately submitted into PSI's system. So PSI can see that, and the board office also has access to the system, and we can see that as well. For example, when a candidate passes a test right now, the board office has the system to log into to see the candidate's passing and failing scores. We already use this system. We just don't have the ability to upload individually because PSI does it for us. That's what they do for approval, and instead of taking the paper applications that we have, this would allow the schools to immediately upload their students' information when ready, and the student would receive an email that says you can now schedule your test with PSI. Pay and schedule, obviously. Or the uploading in bulk file, I'm on page 35 now, in the middle, where they can upload candidates in bulk. So if you had a graduating class of 50 or so, you already had all the information. It correlates with Excel is how I'm being explained. And so you could download to their system, or upload as they would call, all that candidate information at a time and then verify individually. And it shows here on the next page 36 how the list of candidates would appear, and you could finalize each candidate's upload individually or one by one. And then additionally, you can search for a candidate to make sure that when you upload them that they've gotten into the system and that they were sent the email that says go ahead and schedule your exam. The next page, which
Jennifer,
is...
may I ask a question?
Sure, absolutely.
Rachel, does all schools have a login to the PSI?
No schools have a login to PSI right now. It would be something that PSI would establish for each individual school. PSI has also advised the board office that they would do webinars where they would come out and we could pull everything up on the screen, on a projector screen here in this room or anywhere in the building, or they would be able to help schools individually one by one with using this login information. Have a question? Oh, thumbs up. Okay. One of the contentions with PSI and the testing approval process is that we have paper applications that students complete, and they have to mail those paper applications all the way to Las Vegas, which is where PSI is located. And oftentimes, if an application is incomplete, then they'll get it mailed back, and they'll have to mail the new application. And this sometimes can take a month with the back and forth of needing the original application, where if a school could verify their information online and upload everything online, it would absolutely increase or decrease the timeline that any applicant had to wait to schedule their test. The board office would have access to all of that information, as well as each school has a secure website for the information. Because schools are required to send the board monthly hour reports, we could vet any monthly hour report information to the hour submitted into PSI online. And then obviously the felony applicants would be submitted to us for presentation to you before their testing was allowed, but we'd know about those immediately as well. On page 37 is the information that is included in entry. They just grabbed it all and stuck it in a Excel spreadsheet for you. The things that they would not get immediately unless we had an upload into their system or there was some availability for that would be a copy of the person's signed social security card, their picture, which they would get their picture when they go to the test site to test, so we would get that upon testing. We just wouldn't get it on initial application. The affidavit on the form saying that everything is true and correct, but they do sign off on their application for original license, which reprints everything that was submitted, so they are signing off that it's correct in that format. We just don't get it initially. A copy of their driver's license or birth certificate isn't provided with the application, but that is provided when they go to the test site to verify identity when testing, so it's just a different timeline for that. The original record of completion, which they don't get that now, the board office gets that, so that wasn't really of any concern to me. Documentation of a name change. There might be a little bit of a question there, but I would think that if a school has an applicant whose name is Jane Smith and she's now Jane Smith King, that they would be able to provide the documentation showing that in their enrollment file. So that wouldn't be a big issue either. The third going on down the list, names of other cosmetology schools attended. This would require students to make sure they maintained a copy of their completion withdrawal forms to provide to their new school when they transferred, but the school submitting the enrollment hours upon completion would be responsible for just showing that they fully completed the hours at their school, which is what schools currently do anyway. They don't accept students if they don't have a valid transcript or a valid completion withdrawal form for those hours. And then that's about it for that. The application as printed on your iPad is actually here, and they've dumbed it down to one page. What we want today is for the board to just approve this application for original license in the process so PSI can start putting it together for the Board of Cosmetology. I think that all the school complaints that we get related to this are going to diminish because this will increase their ability to go ahead and get their students ready to test immediately. I can't imagine that we would have any negative feedback for this unless the school didn't have the capability to submit anything online. Any questions? I know that's a lot, and I brought it up last month because I knew it was coming this month, and I wanted to at least give you a little bit of headway.
Questions?
Good work.
Did you want a motion that we accept?
Yes, we just need a motion to approve this application and submission of the information electronically. It can be one or two. It's up to you.
I move that we accept the application.
Motion made by Ms. Alley that we accept the application. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Can we get another motion to approve the electronic submission of all the information?
Motion made by Mr. Purford. Thank you. I just went crazy. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Cooper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have changes to the Cosmetology Act. Public Chapters 477 and 447. Our legislative liaison, Charles Snyder, is here to talk to us about that. You all sent the public chapters in your minutes packet. The first public chapter is pretty simple. It simply adds, It simply adds an additional exemption to the act where an individual can practice services on a ill or homebound person's caretaker or caregiver, and that's really all it does. The second one allows the board to establish rules and regulations to solely license a manicuring school, an aesthetic school, or a natural hairstyling school instead of just simply licensing a cosmetology school alone. And then it additionally provides that schools are enabled to allow applicants to receive 50% of their hours via apprenticeships. And then these both, well, the first one takes effect upon becoming law, and then the second one takes effect upon July 1st. But the board will have to have some rulemaking hearings to promulgate rules in order to effectively regulate the passage of the law. So, and Charlie, I'm going to let Charlie answer any questions that we might not be able to answer and address the legislative process and how rules come about. And then also he's going to talk about the Cosmetology Board sunset. Anybody have any questions?
On either one?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, first, I think we can probably, the one, Senate Bill number 491, it was amended from its original. The original was that they have mobile manicurists, and that disturbed me. And then, so this was the amendment that it just goes, and it's more specific to ill or disabled persons, and so I was much happier to see that amended.
Yes, ma'am. Just for the record, I'm Charles Snyder, legislative liaison for the department. So I represent all the divisions, and then within regulatory boards, the 24 regulatory boards that we have. In that bill in particular, we met early on with Representative Joe Armstrong, who brought that, and I'm not exactly sure where they got the original language, but in speaking to him, it became very apparent that all they were really seeking was a clarification on the current exemption that a manicurist can go and serve an ill or homebound person in their residence. And I believe he had some constituent manicurists that were saying, you know, it would make a lot of sense since a lot of people now have a permanent caregiver there if they're at home, that we would also be allowed to provide our services to that person in the home, since they obviously really can't leave as well to go get those services. And once he explained that to us, we actually worked with the legislative attorneys and our attorneys here to make sure that it was very clear on the exemption that this was not going to be a mobile manicurist. This was really just the in-home services.
Personally, I was very familiar with that one, and I followed it as it was going through the process. But this other one, I was not familiar with at all. And so this one's been signed off, and it's passed and everything.
It is a public chapter. Both of them are public chapters now, and we also met with Representative Parkinson from Memphis on that bill early. We actually had several conversations, and the final language was something that the legislature actually designed themselves. And originally, it did appear that it was just going to be sort of a directing the board to use their authority to establish limited licensed schools, I guess is how you would think of it. So not a full cosmetology school, but a natural hair school, a manicurist school, an esthetician. And the language that we've gotten the most feedback from was strictly from the members who decided that they would like to see a public policy option for people that are licensed under the Cosmetology Board to have an apprenticeship option. I do think that the way partially that this arises is a lot of people have moved into Tennessee. We obviously border 8 states. Every state has a slightly different scheme. Some are very similar to ours. Some border states like Georgia, very dissimilar in how they license cosmetology. And it appears to us that members got together and discussed this and said, we don't want to have, like Georgia, where you can do everything sort of by apprenticeship, but students should have the option to be able to get to work earlier. And the legislature did leave to the discretion of the board for y'all by rule to sort of map out how that should look. And, through the rulemaking process, obviously we'll have a hearing here. Rules, once presented, will go to the legislature as well. This may be one of those processes that I've seen in other boards where, we have to really sort of discuss this and maybe even talk to the legislature to get clarification on what they were sort of thinking. And at this point, but I think that the one thing is clear is that current 1,500 hours is a lot of hours compared to a lot of other licenses. And so because in cosmetology, there's a lot of applied techniques where you actually learn by doing, an apprenticeship system may make sense. And that's exactly the way the legislation came about.
None of this makes sense. Absolutely not.
Well, Charlie, I'm Earl Smith. Did it ever occur to you to contact the Board of Cosmetology to see what their feelings was? This was all done down and under.
We followed our exact process. We spoke to the director at the time. We spoke to the attorneys at the time, and no objections were raised. They're the people that represent you and the board. And when you really think about this, the legislature transfers some of their authority to a board to effectuate the licensure system. The legislature has at times passed sunset boards and said we're just going to establish a procedure in law. And what the board should consider in this is that the legislature is saying this is what we'd like to see. If the board decides by rules to make this a difficult or impossible system for anyone to actually get an apprenticeship, then I would fully expect to see what we've seen in other boards at other departments, that the legislature will come back and say, Cosmetology Board, we're going to write the law exactly the way we want it, and you're not going to have the authority to overrule that by rule.
And in this case, just so you all know, there is a lot
that is exactly what they
rulemaking
did with numerous agencies recently with health, TWRA. If a board goes so far to say we're going to make this impossible, the legislature is going to ask you to withdraw the rule. If you decide not to, then they will bring legislation. We've seen that for the
Well, you as a non-professional, part of the responsibilities of the staff or director or administrator, I'm not speaking with you because you weren't here, and I wasn't here either, but part of the responsibilities of it is to keep the board informed of any, this is black and white in our orientation, our handbook, anything that comes before legislation or to be proposed, that the board should be informed. Everybody should be working together for the betterment. That's what we're here, or I'm here for, the betterment of the industry.
Yes, ma'am.
not what you as a non-professional wants. I'm just being honest and telling you what my people say. And this is not what they demand.
Ms. Smith.
But when you say professionals, do you mean licensees, or do you mean the schools, or do you mean the students? Because
She
means industry.
The industry, I said, all of it.
well, but there are different aspects of the industry.
And I'm glad
So that's what I'm asking for.
I didn't know
clarification.
you or your position existed.
I had a, whenever I can.
All right.
Go ahead, Ms. Walker. Ollie.
Yes, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Could you go back over your point again about the border states? You were trying to explain why this the border states. That was my first question.
Okay, I guess the connection to that is, in some sense, sort of reciprocity. We see this in a lot of licenses in the department, and speaking to my colleagues in other departments, it's sort of a similar type thing. Tennessee and, let's say, Kentucky or Arkansas or Alabama may not have the exact same law on the books on how you become licensed in any profession.
Okay, so to make the point about the border states, that's suggesting that the majority of our reciprocity applications come from border states. I didn't know that the majority of our reciprocity applications come from border states.
That's not the inference I was making. I was saying that because we do border a number of states, you may have someone. I mean, if you think about, where people live in the metropolitan area, someone could work in Memphis but live in South Haven, Mississippi, so they could actually choose if they wanted to be licensed in both states, which wouldn't be an issue. But as people, or Tennessee is actually in the southeast, a state that has attracted a number of new people. We have grown in population. The only two states that are sort of similar to us in that growth pattern are Georgia and North Carolina. So that's a good thing for us as a state in the region. But people may have been licensed for 3 or 4 years in another state and come in, and that their training was not the straight 1,500 hours that we currently require. It could have been 1,200 hours, but they've been working for 4 or 5 years. And then when they come before the board, we have received a number of questions, not complaints, but questions about why does the law read the way it is. And what we normally tell the legislature is that because that's the way you wrote it 20 years ago.
Okay, and my second question, thank you for that. My second question was, you made reference to who all you consulted with, and you also included in that the director. You mean the director of the Cosmetology Board?
And this is where, I'm not as familiar with y'all's exact timeline, so I do not remember when Ms. Walker left last session.
Because Ms. Waller left last year, and we just got a new director, so I was just trying to get a clarification on which director.
It's been so many sessions that I've done. I mean, we've routinely spoken to her. If she was gone prior to January, I don't recall that. But if that was the case, then we would have spoken to whoever the acting director was, who I think was Ms. Powers at the time. We certainly would have spoken to the assistant commissioner, and then the general counsel for regulatory boards and the attorney for the board would all have been in the communication about what the language looked like.
And in this case, when we talked about mobile manicuring schools, this, I believe, same chapter was brought up, but it was just really the first section where it talked about licensing schools of specifics. Natural hair styling, I think, was the only school at that time. If you look at the history on the legislative side, it was later expanded to include manicuring aesthetics, and then later again changed to add the apprenticeship information. So as often as the board meets and as often as things are filed and changed, sometimes all of those changes can't be translated, and sometimes things pass in that time. I know Ms. Coppinger knew about mobile manicuring schools because we discussed it in the board meeting. It was something that I was concerned about personally myself because of the regulation requirements, and it may be that we just focused on that when we discussed it, more of just, hey, they're looking into licensing simply natural hairstyling schools. And just to give y'all a little bit of information, Charlie, as the legislative liaison, is the legislative liaison for the entire Commerce and Insurance Department. Regulatory boards is just one section of that, and the Cosmetology Board is one section of all of those regulatory boards. So he works with each different party as the liaison with the legislature in getting updates and rules on updates on law changes and filings and that nature of things. So when legislature's in session, he's working from 6 in the morning until midnight, sometimes longer than that, on keeping everybody updated. Most boards have a accreditation agency or a affiliation of their industry that they're members of, and those people keep the boards and the licensees apprised of what's going on. And in y'all's past history, since I've been around, I recall a couple of licensees coming to you about legislative questions and changes and thoughts. I know Mona Sappenfield is one of those people who have said, our laws are about to change. They're about to take some rights away from estheticians, and she presented things to you all that she had in question because it was a big passion and concern of hers that rights not be taken away from estheticians because that's how she got her living. And I know it's a lot of concern that maybe you didn't get this information. And Charlie is here to explain the legislative process. This is not a matter that the department forwarded. This is a law that a representative filed and went through the process and changed multiple times through his working with other people and then ended up as this public chapter. So I wanted to make sure everybody was just clear about the legislative process, how bills are filed, how things change throughout the process, all the steps that they have to go to in order to end up becoming a final public chapter, and then finally understand that the board has the authority to draft the rules in order to enforce these things. So when you say we're going to license a natural hairstyling school, we would get an application. We'd have to draft an application. Then we'll have to have rulemaking hearings that say what a natural hairstyling school requires. It'll have to say all the items similar to what the curriculum says right now for a cosmetology school needing a natural hairstyling requirement, but we'll have to do a rule similar to a minimum square footage and a rule similar to the kits and how many instructors per how many students and that sort of thing. So these are the types of rules that the board will promulgate in order to make these laws workable and enforceable. And until we have our rulemaking hearings, nothing will actually process forward with licensing these limited licensure schools or the apprenticeship type items. Does that make sense? And just so you all know, and I don't know if every one of you know this, but I know some of you do, the department has recently created a notification email if you want to sign up to notify yourself of your next licensure renewal or any law and rulemaking changes. Emails are blasted out about those things. You go online to the board website. Everybody's renewal will have one of these yellow slips in it so you can sign up to receive notifications. If you haven't gotten one in your new license yet, you will next time your license comes out. And you can sign up still on the link to the board website to receive email notifications of all of those things. Just as part of this, we're asking people to sign up to receive notifications of our rulemaking hearings because they might want to have a say. So,
Carly, I don't want to beat you up over this, but I would like to say for the record, regarding reciprocity, in the past, we've gone strictly by Tennessee law about our 1,500 hours, and requiring the state exam. And then we've been sort of, for lack of a better term, forced to be a little more compliant with our reciprocity. In fact, I quoted this before. Julie McPeak, the Commissioner of Commerce and Insurance, said that her vision for the Department of Commerce and Insurance allows all the regulatory entities to operate and innovate without undue regulatory burdens, allowing businesses to thrive and be creative in their own industries and to help create more jobs for Tennessee. And I understand that. That's why we've been a little more forgiving in the hours when somebody comes in for reciprocity, but we require them, if there's a question, we require them to take our Tennessee exam. So we've given a little on that to help with the economy and to help with create jobs and to help with the reciprocity process. And now we're being told that not only do we have to change that, but we have to change the way that we instruct our students, that it's going to be apprenticeship.
I just want to make sure you're clear. It enables the schools to allow for apprenticeship programs. It's up to the student really to choose if they want to go the full 15 or if they want to go through an apprenticeship program. If the school doesn't offer an apprenticeship program, then they may not want to go to that school. If the school offers an apprenticeship program, then they may say, that's a plus for me to go to the school that offers the apprenticeship program. This doesn't require the schools to offer an apprenticeship program. It enables them to allow for an apprenticeship program. It's not a requirement. It doesn't say that you have to go 750 and 750, and it allows the schools to offer this program. Does that make sense? So it's not saying everybody has to. Carl, did you have a question?
After you finish.
Well, I was just going to say, and it'll be the same thing throughout. For manicurists, 300, half and half. It's going to be, the rules will set forth how this is done. Whether the schools are responsible for monitoring the apprenticeships, whether if a school doesn't offer it, that's fine. The school doesn't have to offer it, but we've been receiving calls at the board offices from various people concerned about what the rules are going to say, and legal will be in the process of drafting rules for the board's review, for the board's thoughts, approvals. Those are all public rulemaking hearings. Today, I've asked that everybody sign in if they want to speak, and we're going to hear from some of the public. We've received calls from students who are excited to say, I'd love to work in the industry. I'd love to go ahead and get apprentice hours, but, there's both sides to this. So, and there's definitely change instills fear a lot of the times, but it's here. We're going to draft rules. It's going to be a long process, and we're going to go from there. Go ahead, Pearl.
If the schools are not required to implement this, if they have a choice as to whether they want to opt into the apprentice program that's offering 750 hours, I just can't see a school, but they may want to, but I can't see a school wanting to offer the fewer hours. And if we're not going to mandate that they do it this way, then I can't see them choosing, just like we already have an existing requirement for a natural hair license, but we don't require the schools to offer it. And there are a lot of people out here who want the license. They want to be legit, but their choices to go and obtain this license is far and few between. So it seems like we're just repeating another cycle here. If you're implementing things that the schools can participate in, but you're not mandating that they do and they have the option, then why are we implementing it in the first place?
Just a moment, please. Excuse me. Just a moment, please.
Mr. Payne, we're not taking public comments yet, please.
Just a moment, please. Mr. Herford has asked for the floor, and I've been trying to...
Oh, go for it.
I just wondered, Rachel or Mr. Snyder, do you know what an e-card is?
Sorry, say it again.
It's not a bird. It's the eligibility and certification approval report that we have to have with the U.S. Department of Education to set up the number of hours that we have in a particular course. Oh, I've been so mad over this, can't talk. I guess before I go any further, I'd like to know who knew about this several months ago before we did, this board. Who on our board, if any, knew about this proposal without us not having any way to have any decent conversation about it.
Well, let me address that last part to Mr. Herford. The committee that has jurisdiction over this in the House is called Business and Utilities. This bill had passed through the subcommittee without the apprenticeship language. There's a 24-hour notification requirement in the House and the Senate for these amendments. We got this amendment because that committee, I believe, meets on Tuesday I believe it meets at Tuesday on noon. We would have gotten this amendment Monday afternoon prior to the committee. So the speed at which the legislature works does not really allow me in my position to distribute this to every single person of interest. That is why, as Rachel mentioned, other professions often have trade associations that are up at the Legislative Plaza monitoring these things and working very closely with the members, working very closely with the departments to work out language. Unfortunately, Cosmetology does not have such an association. You have individual members who are often up there and who will speak their minds and present them their things. But, you know, it's hard even for the associations at times to keep track of this stuff given the speed.
Let me go a little further on the e-car. I don't know whether you know how important it is. But all of these schools out here are fighting drops. And we set up someone for 1,500 hours and they leave at 750. That's a drop for our school. It's particularly tough to meet all the ratios that we have to meet today. And, you know, to have people making these laws that have no idea what they're talking about, this makes me mad. Excuse me, I could go all afternoon and talk about things that you don't know about, that you need to know about to make these kinds of choices. And I'm sorry, y'all, I feel bad about this, but this fellow, Senator Tate, when he was talking to the Senate up there, I could tell it was just a frolic for him. He was making all kinds of fun, no professionalism. They were kidding around with him about, was he going to come back with his long hairstyle the next time the session met. Senator Henry, he's 86 years old. I guess you know him. He's been a senator for years and years. He asked Senator Tate, did the Cosmetology Board know about this? And he said yes. Well, I think we are the board. We didn't know a thing about this. At least I didn't. And Parkinson, Senator Parkinson, or Representative Parkinson, he's the same. He obviously hasn't owned the school, doesn't know a thing about one. It's taken me years to get to this point, to try to even run a school. But when y'all make these stupid decisions just overnight, it sounds to me like Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi. Just sign the damn thing and we'll do it. We'll read it later.
Ms. Pearl, did you have a question?
Yes, to respond to your question, Rufus, about did any of the board members know, I did not receive an official notification as a board member about this, but Representative Parkinson did have something on Facebook about it, but it did not include the portion about the hours being adjusted, and I saw something on the news. I saw him on the news, and I did reach out to him a couple of times. He did not respond. Commissioner Giannini asked me in March had he contacted me And I told him, no, we had not talked, and I did reach out to him a couple of times, and he did not respond. And then after it was a done deal, I did reach out to him again, and he did not respond. He did put something on Facebook about the board would get to iron out the particulars.
And that, just to clarify again, from a legal perspective, this is looked at that it enables the schools to operate pursuant to this. It doesn't take away the 1,500 hours. Schools can still offer the 1,500 hour curriculum as it's been offered. It enables the schools to offer this curriculum as well. So when July 1st comes, nothing's going to change. The board's going to go through the process of making rules to allow for an apprenticeship curriculum and requirements and regulations and that sort of thing. And then as the rulemaking process goes forward, the public will have a chance to comment all throughout. Those rules have to go through many levels. The Attorney General's office, the government operations, Charlie can go over those details too, just like Rob can. The AG's office has to approve the board's authority for those rules. They're reviewed. There's a rulemaking hearing. This is not going to be an instantaneous thing. It's going to take a lot of time and effort to delineate how it needs to be done and what needs to be done in order to make it proper enforcement. So this doesn't take away the school's ability to offer the curriculum as it is now. It just adds an additional option to offer apprenticeship hours. And it will be pursuant to the way this reads. My interpretation is that it enables schools to allow the ability to do this. I just want to make sure you all understand that the schools still will have the option to practice as they do practice currently.
I want to say one more thing. Rachel, you're young, honey, but these kids are looking for a way to get out of a school. Boy, does this give an exit. You know, we're paid, if you're accredited, 459 and 1,200 hours. They leave at 750. We're going to be refunding money to the government every day that we've already gotten. There's so many things y'all don't even know. This irks me, you too, sir, that you need to look into.
I had one question. Are you saying, Rachel, that nothing changes until we do set the rules? So that's a pretty lengthy process that we drag out.
Yes, Ms. Huckabee. Oh, I don't know. Ms. Huckabee?
If the office didn't want to come to us with this bill when it was going through, why would you come to us to write rules and regulations on something that we didn't approve of, in the first place? But I have a hard time just thinking about how this got by the board when it's the office, and I'm the cosmetology office. In my handbook, it says that the office will provide information to the board about proposed legislation, track bills during legislative session, and coordinate testimony before legislative committee. And that part of it, you would know that we would be part of it, that we should have known that. In the past, we have known about those bills that concerned cosmetology, and I want to know why that we didn't know about this. What was the deal that we didn't know that this was going to come out, but then you come and asked us to write regulations for it?
Well, I think the way it's explained is, and Charlie explained it, we did bring these items before you. We brought mobile manicuring, and we brought this as well. When it was brought before you with mobile manicuring, it was explained there's a bill that may allow for mobile manicurists and what that means, and I explained that, and that bill then changed. Additionally, this bill was brought before you for licensing natural hairstyling schools, and that's what it was at the time when it was presented. And like Charlie said, this was a quick change. It wasn't something that we had the chance to bring before you, I don't believe, in this fashion.
Well, when was the information presented about the natural hair schools?
the same day that the information was presented about the mobile manicuring.
Well, it's contradictory because it suggests that we have not had a provision for natural hair schools. We already have a natural hair school. You open a COS school, and the law states that you don't have to offer all of the curriculums. You can just offer a COS school and offer natural hair. You can open a COS school and just offer aesthetics. You can open a COS school and just offer manicuring.
Right, and I think that may have been why there was no issue addressed when it was brought up at that time. Because
there's one already just outside of Nashville, so the way Representative Parkinson was on the news was as if he had created something new and wonderful and sensational for the state of Tennessee, and we already have a school, a cosmetology school, and they just offer the natural hair curriculum only.
Well,
you can do that already.
The difference was, for example, if someone wanted to offer a manicuring school, they still have to have all the requirements for a cosmetology school. So the board would never waive that they have the shampoo bowls or waive that they have this and that and the other, because you have to be a full licensed cosmetology school. You can't simply just have manicure tables. And in this case, and I believe that it was just concerns as Charlie had addressed, that they wanted to make it clear in the law that you can license individual schools, because right now the law simply says cosmetology schools. And yes, that's the way it's been carried out. You're exactly right. They open a cosmetology school and they simply just offer natural hairstyling. In this case, they cleared up that ambiguity where you can now get a manicuring school license. You can't offer cosmetology. You can only offer manicuring for that license. Same thing with natural hairstyling, because maybe you don't have a cosmetologist to be involved and you're just a manicurist who wants to have a manicuring school, or esthetician, or so on and so forth. And I think that was my understanding of their intent when they did that.
Who are you saying? Who is they?
The legislature.
So you
Representative Parkinson in that case.
So did he come up with this and all of a sudden decided, well, I think the board needs an apprenticeship program or a standalone
Charlie
nail school?
clarified that at the beginning on how it came about. I don't have any information on how he came up. That would be something to pose with Representative Parkinson.
It's not clear with me. I mean, I've heard him speaking, but it's not clear with me. But I still have a problem with when that bill, you track the bill, and it goes, it's sent to the attorney to do a bill summary, and then it's to the director, and then we should have gotten that. But if you sit here and say that you told us about this, we did not know that. I probably dozed off in that meeting.
Rachel, when there was one time in November is when the lady came here with the presentation of a mobile salon, November, and what was said to her, and that there was no provisions in Tennessee law now to do it, and you told her she had to talk to her representative.
Absolutely, and
that was all it was said about.
No, that was actually a different. We've had several people
November.
come before the board wanting mobile salons. When I presented the information, I don't know how, Nina, you remember this and nobody else does.
The mobile
salons.
I don't know. That caught my ear, and I remember it being brought up.
But it came up as legislation because I was concerned about the mobile salons personally myself.
I remember it very well because we turned it down.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It was.
Charlie, could you explain? I don't really understand Section 3 and where it states the July 1st, 2013 date. Can you explain that, please?
Rob, do you have a copy I can look at? I can if I can look directly at it.
Because my question to Rachel a minute ago was, when does this take effect? And I'm not clear.
All right. Section 1 is just sort of the meat of the law. Well, this is what the law directs us to do. Section 2 makes it very clear that the board is authorized to promulgate rules and regulations to, whether it's covering forms or set up the standards or, do what we normally do in rules and do, sort of flesh out the clarifications of this is exactly what it means. And then for 3, basically, it says, for the purpose of promulgating rules and regulations, this act shall take effect upon becoming law. So you could, if the board decided to, today, or could begin a rulemaking hearing. Obviously, we have other notice requirements that we would have to do, and you could set up the 30 or 45-day notice, whatever's required for this board.
About years.
For that. And then it says, for all other purposes, this will take effect on July 1. So this, on Section 1, will be added to the Tennessee Code annotated on July 1. And the Codes Commission will do that, and when they reprint the books, this will be included in the law. That is what that Section 3 means. But back to what Rachel said earlier, until the rules are actually written, it's sort of difficult because we don't have those fleshed out details on how to make all of this work. So until the rules are done, it is difficult to issue the natural hair school license. It is difficult, the other limited school license. It is difficult to put for the allowance of a school that wants to do half their hours in the classroom and half their hours in apprenticeship. So until the rules are done, so this is going to become law July 1, but the board can begin to act as soon as this was signed, which this doesn't have the date stamp on it, but that's what that means.
So this amendment goes into cosmetology July 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
So if somebody comes to us, I mean, this is like putting the cart before the horse, if you ask me. You know, somebody's going to come to us and want us to approve something that we don't have rules about. And it says right here that, you know, we're supposed to approve it because it's an amendment. But we don't have our rules.
That's where the board notification comes in place. Our notification on the website lets everybody know that we can't do anything until the rules are promulgated to allow us to do it, because we don't have any rules to say this is what's required of you, this is how we do it. So until the rules take effect, we will just let those people know, yes, this is law, but we're in the process of the rulemaking hearing, and we can't accept applications for these things until that happens.
May I ask a question, please?
Have authority, we don't have the mechanism to carry it out. Does that make sense?
May I request something, please?
Sure.
Either Ms. Roxana or you, either one, if you could email every state that has these similar rules, for example, Georgia, which is different, but I'd like for us to to be able to see their rules and regulations from different states that have apprenticeship and see what is working for them and is not working for them.
That'll be part of what we want to look at with the rulemaking process as it is, in order to take, that information into consideration. So, out of curiosity, if the board doesn't have any questions, I know that a few people from the public want to address the board on the topic, and I want to make sure those people are signed in so we have their information for the record. And I'm just going to go through the sign-in sheet and give everybody, probably, depending on how many there are, 3 minutes. Does anybody else have any questions for Charlie? Or actually, Charlie needs to speak about the board sunset before we do that.
Yes, this is something that's actually, I'm going to start talking to the board will sunset, I believe, is it June 30th, 2014? So typically, the legislature starts 2 years ahead and gives boards an extra 5 or 6 years. We were on a pretty heavy board cycle. You may or may not know it, but there are about 220 different independent boards and agencies in the state that are on these sunset timetables. And there were several different entities within this department that I think it was 4 or 5 this time, that the legislature did not act upon. So I tell you all of that to say that we may get notification later in the fall when the Commerce Subcommittee for Government Operation meets to re-review the sunset. Some of y'all may remember that from years past, where a board member is asked to come up and speak, and they ask a litany of questions. Sometimes there's a comptroller's audit on the board. Sometimes there are just sort of general questions about not even board policy, but why does this board need to exist? Why are we here? And the legislature, this is your opportunity to educate them on those issues. So you may, once we get that date, they were supposed to notify us 30 to 45 days ahead of time. We will, through Roxana, notify y'all, and whether you all come or one of you come, that's sort of up to you, but they will be reviewing the board, and there are pretty much a few standard questions that they ask. There's been a renewed interest in sort of the updates in technology that are going on, but this is all a preview to next session. The board has to pass a bill for a sunset extension, and I'm not saying this to be doom or gloom, but if they don't do it, the board will cease to exist June 30th, 2014. 99% of the time that is done. So I'm not trying to scare anybody on that. I'm just letting you know that you're in your final year. So we need to make sure that's going to be one of our priorities, to make sure that gets passed to extend it.
I thought it was already extended to 2018. No?
It did not pass both sides. The Senate never took it up. They had some other things in Government Operations Committee that took priority, and it
got bumped.
It got bumped because you've got an extra year. They're probably in the state about 15 or 16 entities that were in that scenario, and we've got 4 or 5 of them.
And the Barber Board is the same way. They haven't sunset. Their continuation is through the 2014 as well. So.
And the legislature likes to run those two in parallel. Obviously, y'all do similar things.
When will it come up again?
It will definitely be up this spring, but they haven't given us a date. There is a September, an October, and a November dates, but we haven't been giving the date at this point.
Any questions about that before we proceed with questions from the public?
I've got another statement. I never did get my answer as to why we was not informed about this. I'm still waiting on an answer on that, and also I'd like for it to be on the record as to if there was any board members knew about this bill before it went through. I think that needs to be on the record.
All I can tell you from my perspective is whenever amendments or bills come, even when the initial bills are filed, what we do is we have two systems that work in parallel. One is there is a legislative database that sort of is our tracker, so that I can see when we send a bill, it gets assigned to the relevant people on staff. And so Rob takes a look at it first and says, this is what this bill says, and then the director says, this is what the consequence of it. So changing these 7 words would cause this. So the director sort of does the causation aspect of it. And basically, it runs a whole thorough process up through the department to the governor's office. That's on the initial legislation. On the amendments, it's a much faster process, and all of this is also going on, in both phone call conversations, occasionally email, making sure people have seen this stuff, and we try and meet weekly on those things for everything in the department, not just this board.
Okay,
but for the amendment process, it's much faster, and quite honestly, our conversations are more likely to occur 7, 8 o'clock in the morning here, 7, 8 o'clock at night here, or up at the Legislative Plaza, where we occasionally ask staff to come up, whether they speak to a bill, whether sometimes the legislature, it's their prerogative if they want to let us speak. Sometimes they just have the member present the bill and don't ask for anyone. And, the stumbling block for your profession is there's not a professional trade association that is actively tracking all of these things. In other professions, there are trade associations that are up. Anytime a bill is coming up, they are actively testifying on it. And it puts certainly me, for the department, in an awkward position. And we were, quite honestly, just neutral on this bill because we did not get, I did not get any kind of positive, negative feedback one way or the other. Because it was not a mandate. It is permissive for the schools to decide if they want to pursue this route. And, if we've got 80 schools in the state and only one takes it up, then the legislature may feel that that's good enough to accomplish their cause.
Did you ever at any time wonder if the board was working on this, if we knew about it, if we thought it was good, if it was good for the consumer, or the students, or just the public in general?
We rely on the feedback from the staff at the Cosmetology Board to give us those opinions. I mean, let me just give a great example.
Please do.
Okay, we have 10 divisions here. Each division has multiple sections. Okay, within regulatory boards, we have 24 regulatory boards, each of those with multiple members. It would be impossible to speak to each one of them and take a survey for me to do that. That's why we have the staff do that. If y'all want to direct the staff for every time that there's a change to call y'all up on the phone, and if y'all want to be on call to come up and respond to anything at the legislature, I welcome you to do that. But I just, I hope you understand as well that just because something's on calendar one day doesn't mean they'll be taken up, and you may have to come up week after week after week after week before they finally get to it. And quite honestly, this bill that y'all are concerned about was one of those. It was on calendar 4 or 5 times. The final amendment that we saw, we got 24 hours ahead of time, and we did not have an opportunity to distribute it to every single person and to respond to it.
But the office is supposed to track the bills, and I think probably you don't really understand what I'm saying is they're supposed to track that bill, any bill that concerns cosmetology, and pass it along. And the reason that you didn't get any feedback is because we didn't know it.
Ms. Huckabee, if you'd like for me to find the meeting and the video where we discussed this, I would be happy to.
So you're telling me that we had a meeting on this bill that we're going to have passed?
It didn't look like this bill did because if Charlie just advised, he had 24 hours notice of when the apprenticeship was put in. But that's how the bill process works, and that's why we're having him come today to explain the system. As Ms. Coppinger advised, the mobile manicurist bill came out filed. It changed every single section of the cosmetology statute for allowing for manicurists to be exempt from practicing shops, for allowing manicurists to be exempt from getting inspections unless they call and ask for an inspection wherever they're located. And that bill was filed like that, and we addressed that. We brought this up the same day we brought that up. It simply was for licensing natural hairstyling shops. It didn't look like this. We didn't have notification, as Charlie said, within 24 hours. Anybody, it's public, can go to the General Assembly's website and see and track the process for how it's filed. When the board was advised of that, of even the mobile manicuring thing, the board said yes, no, we're not in approval of this, and that was moved forward. There was nothing that was addressed with regards to licensing natural hairstyling shops. I believe, as Ms. Ali has suggested, was the board already really had the authority to do so. It's just that they didn't do so, and that's how it was carried out. So I think you're kind of missing the loop where this is a fast process, and that's why I gave the example of Miss Mona Sappenfield. She is diligent in making sure she follows every single bill and where it is every single day, and she makes that a part of her daily life because she knows it's going to affect her. Now, yes, we do have updates for these, and Rob will tell you how this is assigned. The legislative liaisons assign bills to the department directors and the department attorneys for a fiscal analysis and a bill analysis to advise how does this change our law, how will it affect us. And when this bill came down to us, it was to license natural hairstyling schools. And when the other one came down to us for mobile manicuring shops, the bill analysis was huge because we had to talk about all the places it changed. When it came back, it's a simple exemption, and that's how drastically things can change. So just showing how these bills started out to how they look now, shows you how they can start from one extreme and end up at another extreme. And I don't know that you're understanding that.
Oh, I'm not understanding.
I'm not understanding it either.
No, none of us do, because it was, I still feel like that you had time to, someone had time to contact the board about it. We've always done that in the past.
Right, and we did it this year too.
It came back in a ghost bill then. It was,
Right, it came back changed, and you know, we
We
don't
didn't
have
see it.
control
It
over
came
that,
back.
and unfortunately that happens all the time.
Then you
Things
should have
come in
explained.
huge and different, and they come back completely changed, and that's what happened with the mobile manicuring bill, and that's why it's even essential to see that these two side by side and how they change throughout the process.
oh, I could talk all day and tell you how mad I am. I
Fortunately,
think we need
in
to hear
this
from some of the
case,
people out
these
here.
bills,
That's right. Yeah, let's go ahead.
it's an optional thing for the schools. If it mandated the schools to have to offer this, I think it would be different. When Sunset Review comes up and it's on the calendar, generally the chairperson always attends and asks questions. I'm sure Miss Roxana would be more than happy to have everybody come and attend if that's what they wish, and we'll send a letter out about that when we get it. In efforts to allow the public to comment, I'm just going to go one more time and make sure nobody else has any questions.
I think we should move on with
I'm
that.
going to say one more thing about Senator Henry. And I respect him because he's been on the Senate for years and years, and he's 80-something years old. And when Senator Tate asked him, and I have a copy of it, did our board down here know anything about this? And his further question was, I've been involved with those cosmetologists before, and you don't want to get in trouble with them.
Hey, I'm just going to read through our list when your name is called. Come up to the podium. If you don't want to speak, then just say, I just signed in to sign in. I have Letitia Eating. Okay. Philip Gould. Mr. Gould, we're gonna start out with limiting you to 5 minutes. It's 2:03.
Okay. I'm Philip Gould from Memphis, and obviously we're here regarding this bill. I can offer a little bit of a unique perspective, I think, because I can offer a perspective from a salon owner standpoint and from a cosmetology school owner's standpoint. Salon owner standpoint, we've been in the salon business and spa business in Memphis for 83 years. We employ 430 salon professionals. This bill on this side is a disaster. From the cosmetology school owner's perspective, this bill is a disaster. If I had a cosmetology graduate come to see me about a job as a stylist, and she handed me a license, 750 hours in school and 750 hours as an apprentice, we would not hire her. I can say that emphatically. There's no way you can prepare a student in our environment with 750 hours. We had meetings last week in Memphis with Senator Mark Norris, very productive. We had meetings with Representative Steve McManus. We have a meeting with Representative Curry Todd. And Friday, we had a 2-hour meeting with Representative Antonio Parkinson. And I must say, they were not aware of the unintended consequences of this bill. After we explained to them from both perspectives, salon owner perspective and school owner perspective, the unintended consequences of this bill, negative and negative, then they all agreed, including Representative Parkinson, that this bill needs to be amended. So we felt very positive after our meetings with each one of these representatives and senator that I think they all are in agreement that the unintended consequences of this bill are far-reaching. And in closing, I know my time's out here. I talked with Myra Arzani. She is the Director of Government Relations for the PBA. That's the Professional Beauty Association. our largest organization in the nation, comprising of thousands upon thousands of hairstylists. Her full-time job is monitoring legislation in all states regarding cosmetology legislation. That's all she does, is monitor legislation regarding cosmetology bills in all states. And when I talked to her, she said, "What in the world's going on in Tennessee? This bill got through and we knew nothing about it." And I said, "Same here. We knew nothing about it." So it seems really weird that a bill, sounds like starting out with mobile manicurist or whatever, ends up rocking the world of the cosmetology industry in the state of Tennessee is a bit scary to me. Thank you.
Tom Callahan? Tom Callahan? You have 5 minutes. It's 2:07.
My name is Tommy Callahan. I am the operating owner partner of the Paul Mitchell Memphis School. I'm also Senior Vice President of Research and Development and Education at John Paul Mitchell Systems. As such, I get to work with our 110 schools that we have all over the country. And the board, I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank the people that work for the board for their service. This is actually done, it seems like, by some people that had well intentions, but the ramifications are, as my friend from Memphis says, devastating to the industry. This would actually make the state of Tennessee have the weakest law, weakest school system in the whole United States. The effect it would have on reciprocity is that people in Arkansas, which I work with, Mississippi, Kentucky, Missouri, would know if a person would graduate from one of these programs at 750 hours, when they went to transfer to another state, they would have to go back to school to get the rest of their license to be able to get that. So I think it was well intended from a very small group of people that were able to catch certain legislators' ears and present their side, because I think they're looking for easy people to employ to do minimal work in certain salons without having to wait for 1,500 hours. These people I was afraid of, we won't offer this because what they would end up being is very low-paid shampoo girls and just basically sweepers and things like that. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Dale Jones.
Hey, my name is Dale Jones. I'm with Paul Mitchell School, Nashville, Murfreesboro, and the Knoxville School. So we've got 3 schools here in Tennessee and 1 in the state of Kentucky. And I'll tell you, as Tommy said earlier, I think this will weaken our school tremendously. It'll be the worst cosmetology program in all border states. We talked about border states a moment ago. If you think about our border states, we've got Georgia, who is 1,500 hours or 3,000 hours for an apprentice program. Arkansas is 1,500 hours, 3,000 hours for an apprentice program. In my school in Kentucky, we're 1,800 hours. North Carolina is 1,500 hours. State of Tennessee is 1,500 hours. What we're suggesting is to do 750 and 750 apprentice hours. Are we kidding? I mean, that will absolutely devastate this industry. I'm not only a school owner, but I also own several salons. And I'll tell you, in our salons, we require, as an apprentice, after they've done 1,500 hours and have received their license, we required an additional 200 hours of apprentice work for the entire year. So now you're telling me they can get out for 750 and then do only 750 apprentice? That is absolutely ridiculous, right? And so, listen, I understand that the law is already made, And I think we've got to figure out a couple of things. One, what do I tell students on July the 1st when they come to me and says, hey, I only want to do 750 hours? And we need to have something to tell them. And that need to be an official word from this board that says, on day, December, whatever the date is, we need to give them something to tell them that even though the law is passed and it goes into effect on July the 1st, there's X amount of time that we need to vet this out, right? And so we need an official word from you guys on that. And the next question I have is, is there any way to amend this law? And who, among us, if we have a representative among us, how do we amend this law? Because we really need to look at, is there an option here to amend this rule? And then the third thing I've got, and I'm just about done, it sounds to me that the genesis of this law was to try to strengthen the natural hair licensing program. And it sounds like to me that we overreached. And since we overreach, we got to figure out how do we self-correct. And so, I yield back to you, and thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Rick Wallace. Oh, I'm sorry.
In regard to the third item about strengthening the natural hair license, I don't think that this strengthens the natural hair license. What will strengthen the natural hair license is to adopt a curriculum that adequately trains people to be natural hairstylists. If you think that 750 hours is an atrocity, what about 300 hours for natural hair? And I have, prior to being on the board, I was part of a group who came up here and we spoke before a subcommittee with an appropriate curriculum, a full cost curriculum, the 1,500 hours, that did include natural hairstyling, but it was not accepted for reasons I won't get into publicly. But if you want to strengthen natural hairstyling, we need to start with an appropriate curriculum. And like I say, and to repeat myself, but I just want to underscore the point. If you think 750 is not enough, then how do you feel about 300? Thank you.
I want to say one thing about the 300. I've been trying for 3 years now to get the teacher training program, state of Tennessee, from 300 to at least 500, because you can actually go 1.5 times that if you're accredited for your school. But I'm not sure 500 is the right answer, but I think it needs to be increased from 300 to some figure. Number one, you can get financial aid. Number two, I had a number 2 and lost it, but I'll think about it later. But anyway, that's the main thing, and excuse me, that's it.
And also, for the record, I just want to let it be known that I have a full cosmetology license. So my specialty is natural hair, but I have a full cosmetology license that I've had for 25 years, and I have been trained in the whole realm of cosmetology. So I just don't want people to think that I'm just here on behalf of anything that's concerning natural hairstyling. That's just my particular specialty, and having this specialty, I understand and I'm clear on what is and is not in the best interest of people who are pursuing this specialty. But that's fine if individuals feel that 750 hours are not enough, but 300 hours, that's insulting. That's just insulting. You can't learn anything in 300 hours. So personally, I call it the BB bill, the bootleg and Band-Aid bill, because we're putting a Band-Aid on something, and it's possible that it's going to increase the number of bootleggers in our industry.
Mr. Wallace.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. I appreciate being here today. My name is Rick Wallace, and I represent Aveda South, and also I'm a Legislative Affairs and Regulatory Compliance Officer for Aveda Corporate and for Redken's franchise, the Salon Professional Academies across the country. I come and present to boards across the country, 22 right now, and work on legislative issues that affect the industry. And let me just tell you, board, you have every right to be upset. I've heard the legislative affairs, I've heard staff, and I respect staff and I give respect to them, but you did need to be informed about what was going on. I work with Myra out of PBA, as mentioned before, and track legislative bills. And something was very sneaky about this bill. Something happened that happens in every state across the country. Now, I've heard Charlie talk about needing trade associations. Well, he is absolutely correct. And unfortunately, this industry is very powerful, but we can't ever seem to contain it, to really direct it. But let me tell you what this will do. And what we can do for next year is we can go kill this. We can go pass a bill striking this out. And it will be done. Charlie might say that the legislature can go in and make this even more powerful. Let me tell you, when this industry speaks, they're going to listen. Because when you step up into that Capitol, with every single one of you stepping up there and calling their legislators, this will be done. So let me tell you, Aveda is behind it. The Salon Professional Academy is behind it. I know what e-car means. I know what PPA means. I know what this means to this industry, and also I know what it means to the public consumer. They are going to be damaged by this law. They are going to get hurt. There's going to be lawsuits, and the state of Tennessee is going to sit here and scratch their head and understand, what in the heck did we do? Not only that, but you're going to have students that might opt for this and not be able to get out of Tennessee and work anywhere else. So what we are seeing is a backward progression for what's going on here. And what we've got to do is not question anymore, but come together and we will fight this and we will get it done. Thank you.
Elizabeth Pierce. Elizabeth Pierce.
Good afternoon. How much time do I have?
5 minutes.
Okay. I probably won't get through. I have had several calls. I am a cosmetology teacher as a secondary. I've been in post-secondary, private, all the way down. And I am in my 32nd year. And this is one thing that concerns me of huge. Deficiency in the office of not telling this board member. Now, there is other business that is to come before the board. I believe that's the statement you make all the time, Ms. Collier, correct? At the very end of the meeting, you will ask, is there anything that needs to come before this board? That was lacking. Administrative report, that was lacking. I'm going to go back to the mobile hair design, and that was in November. And Ms. Merle and Ms. Carpenter, I just looked it up in the minutes, and in the minutes, you instructed the person that was here that there was not a legislative bill in place, and it would take a law to change that. And at the end of that, that's what was stated. There was not anything to say that there is a new bill. This was introduced. I've done sleepless nights in the last 3 weeks, but this was introduced, and it was introduced as natural hairstyling. I went back through bills that was on 124 and 128. The department gave a Ways and Means Committee the financial statement of what it would cost to set this up, and it went on through. We had subcommittees. I've been able to look at some written transcripts from the subcommittees, and I've been able to look at some videos. I was appalled of one video in particular of a subcommittee, and thank you, Mr. Herford, you also saw the same one. In that subcommittee, there was a question asked, was the board informed of this bill? And the answer was yes. Also, in April, in the final review and the final passing, Mr. Tate was asked that question, and it was answered yes. At that point in time, Mr. Henry asked if the board was notified, and he answered, Mr. Tate answered that the department was. Now, as a cosmetologist, I depend on this office and I depend on the board to stand up for me and stand up for my clients. I also want them to stand up for the students. I could show you pictures especially of one, and I have a student that actually signed off on this, and the person that she did. I had a student that's mother was a hairdresser for 20 years, and about 750 hours, and she did a highlight, and the pictures that came back to me is, Ms. Pierce, what can I do about this? The scalp was open to the skull, where the bleach had been piled up on top of the head. Now listen, she was being instructed at home by a professional of 20 years. Now, I'm like, you can't do this. You're not allowed to do this outside of school. You're not allowed to do this without a license. My question is, there's lots of things that can happen in an apprentice, and that happens in the rulemaking hearing. And I heard you, the attorney, I don't know your name, but you said that there's already projects already on the table of doing a rulemaking hearing. Is that correct? So does this board know that?
It's time.
Okay. Thank you.
Melissa Barber. Okay. Brandy Fuller. Stephanie Lyle. Gwen Davey. Daniel, I'm sorry.
Five minutes.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
I hope I can do it all in 4. My name is Gwen Daniel. I am president of the Tennessee Beauticians Association, which is 71 years old. Older than a lot of stylists, probably board members. But we teach education. And I just want some clarification first. You are our board members, right? This table, what is your job? What are you?
We're administrative staff.
Of the
board office.
Okay. And no disrespect, but who pays your salaries?
Citizens of the state of Tennessee.
Thank you. So that means when we pay our fees, you are paid out of our fees. So if a student goes into school and paid $20,000 to take 750 hours, who's going to pay the salon, if there be one, that will pay the other half? Because you allowed this to go through, and the school has collected the money. The student is the one that will be suffering. So if the board has not been notified, then how could, what's his name? Mr. Proctor, or whatever?
Parkinson.
How can, is he a retired school owner, barber, cosmetology? Nothing. How can he come in and tell us what we need to do? You upgrade your telephones. I never heard them upgrade bootleggers, because you have students that get that money to go to school, they drop out, but do you find them? No. They're lost in the system, and that's it. But if they've got 699 hours and missed the day to get that 750, you're going to say they can go into a salon. Years ago, there was an apprentice program that you had to be licensed to attend. We need to look at all aspects. Now, within our Tennessee Beautician Association, we have an organization within that organization that is called the Tennessee Top 10. And our president from Memphis, Ms. Willie Mae Freeman, is here. We teach education. When the kids get out of school, they are just like a tree, a limb off a tree, because we have set the foundation. They are a limb, and if we don't nourish that limb, it will break and fall. So we in the Tennessee Beautician Association, we put on a hair show every year. We go to the schools and get the students involved to let them know what is going on in the industry. Don't shut the door on us.
Michael Martin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board, colleagues. I have very little to add to what's already been said, but just a couple of things. My name is Michael Martin, and I'm one of the owners of Georgia Career Institute and Tennessee Career Institute, and we have 3 schools in this state. And I can tell you that Georgia, which has an apprenticeship program and requires 3,000 hours, views the value of those hours as such that schools do not have to accept one of those hours if a student decides to go to school after they've been an apprentice for 3 years. So what we've done in Tennessee now is equate the 750 hours of an apprentice hour for hour with an academic experience, which is embarrassing and absurd. And if the legislative liaison and their staff worked for me, they would not work for me tomorrow, because it only takes a second for us all to get email. So the fact that it takes a long time to communicate to the 8 of you is an absurd statement and should not be accepted by this board. At a time in this country when everybody is concerned, now we have schools in Atlanta, and we are fortunate to get continuous updates from the CDC. But at a time when everybody is worried about sanitation and disinfection, this state is considering allowing somebody to observe somebody who hasn't had training for 15 years about how to take care of the AIDS virus and MRSA. That's just absurd. Thank you for your time.
Dominic De Lorenzo. De Lorenzo. My apologies.
Thank you very much. My name is Dominic De Lorenzo. I'm with Virginia College. Actually, I've run schools both here in Tennessee. I represent the ones in Chattanooga and Knoxville, but I've also run a school in South Carolina. I want to bring this up, and that is the way this legislation looks like it's been broken out. It's actually devaluing the profession. It's very important what they do learn in school. It's extremely important. We make a promise, so I'm here representing my students. I'm not representing my school as much at this point, because we make a promise to our students that when they go out and they are licensed, they can do what not only the diploma says, but they can do it safely and without harm, but also for benefit for them and in their employment. The way this is breaking out with the apprenticeship is somewhat horrifying in this regard. First off, there is a need for cosmetologists, and the question is going to come up, where are these other stylists going to come from that are also going to do an apprenticeship for that, for all the students that want to do this? And I'll show why the way this law is written, compared to another state, South Carolina. Unlike Georgia, they do have an apprenticeship program that only requires 1,500 hours. The 1,500 hours, though, in their apprenticeship program has to mirror what they would have to do in the school system. So consequently, most students, while they can choose, and some do choose to go through an apprenticeship program, prefer to go through the school system. It's a much more controlled environment, and we usually have the most up-to-date process and procedures, and besides the equipment that's needed. I say that is because that's exactly what students deserve and what they should be getting. I'd hate for Tennessee to lose out on that. I'm actually from Tennessee originally, and I'd hate to see my fellow citizens be devalued in such a way. I just want to close in this last part, and then if it does go forward the way it looks like it might, I hope it doesn't, and a lot of people said so many great things about how this might be stopped. I'm not sure that we as a school could endorse continuing that. I don't know if it's something my school could continue to offer. It's not something I want to do, because I cannot have that kind of control over the outcome of what the students are actually learning and what they need to learn to be successful out there, and that's more important than being successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adim Ali. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Adimu Ali. I've been affiliated with the cosmetology industry for many years. I've never been a cosmetologist or worked in the industry. However, I've been listening to the particulars about the bill, and I noticed that the room is full of resentment about the bill, and I just wanted to not play devil's advocate or anything, but I hadn't heard anything positive about the bill. Okay. For instance, the apprenticeship program is not mandatory. It's not a requirement. It's an option. I heard that. Also heard that 750 hours would be mandatory, and other 750 could be in a salon. But there would have to be schools who would participate in this apprenticeship program. And how could it benefit those schools? They could have salons in which to place the students. Or there could be participating salons, and those salons should also meet certain criteria. For instance, the manager of that salon should be hold an instructor's license. If I owned one of those salons, I wouldn't want to be disrespected by someone who was to hire one of my, or someone who left my salon because they participated in apprenticeship program at my salon and not be hired. That's to say that, I didn't teach them enough. I mean, whether or not they were given a chance or not. I mean, people even refuse to hire people that come from certain schools because they may feel like that school is inadequate or something. So, as far as I'm concerned, the bill could have some benefits to schools that own salons, to salons that participate in the program, because their fees could be paid through the grant or loan that the student got. But, that's to be worked out. But that's all I have to say about it. There could be some positive things.
Thank you. Next we have Jean Houston. Okay, that's everybody who's signed up. Do we have anybody? Did you have a...
In the back.
Oh, come up. If you can just state your name, I'm going to have you sign in.
My name is Patty Patterson, and again, I'm with Franklin Academy out of Cleveland, Tennessee. And my thoughts are pretty much on track with everybody else. I have huge concerns, and I've been the executive director for 15 years. And a lot of us, as we know, being directors and having to run schools, there's a lot of nights that you can't sleep because of laws that are passed, regulations that you have to meet. This is a concern with me as far as state board pass rates. This is a concern with me as far as our accreditation rates. And this is a concern with me as far as default rates. Because if we have students that come in and they take half the program and they can dismiss themselves and go to a salon and wrap up with 750 hours, who does that essentially fall on? It falls on us for our default rates because they're considered a drop. And if we get to 30% with the Department of Ed, then we're at risk of losing our financial aid, any assistance. One thing I haven't heard that, and I may have heard just a little bit of it, my next concern is, what are the instructors going to start thinking? Or why should they even have the jobs that they have? We all have a passion and we all want to be in this field, but why should they go out here and continue to do what they do and take these extra courses when these students can just slide by at 750 hours and go out here and have their education? What that kind of defeats the purpose of what the instructors have to do. Anyway, the one main reason why I wanted to come up here, because I don't want to be repetitive, is I actually spoke with one of our representatives, Mike Bell, Friday afternoon. We played phone tag for about 30 minutes. He calls me back and he said, "I know you're upset to be calling me. What's going on?" And I said, "Well, I've received nothing in the mail. I have not heard anything until just Friday afternoon, about 4 o'clock, that there was a couple of bills that had passed with legislator. So here I am today." Mike Bell's response was, "Patty, I had no idea what a negative impact this would make with these changes. I had no idea." And I said, who approved all the passing? And his exact words were, there was 1,500 bills that had to be cycled through. 750 were passed. Not one person raised their hand. Not one person knew about cosmetology. Nobody knew about any of the programs, so they let it go. And I said, okay, how does one get in there to inform you guys, because this is going to be a mess? And he said that we can hire a lobbyist if all the schools got together, because these lobbyists, and he can give us information, can get this lobbyist to come in and they can look at all the laws in protecting the state and us as citizens, so that this doesn't fall through again. But unfortunately, this has happened and it's slid by, and it's hurting us, it's hurting tomorrow's generation, it's hurting all these people that we're investing in.
This is the last item on the agenda, so if the board has any other comments, questions, concerns, we can take them now, or we can take a motion to adjourn.
May I be heard?
Oh, absolutely. Can you provide your name and information to sign in?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm State Representative G.A. Hardaway, and I served as one of the co-sponsors of this legislation. A lot of the information that I'm getting today, I did not have. I was also under the impression that the board was involved. I've heard a lot of give and take on the legislative process. So I'm going to speak to that, because some of what you've heard has been misleading. There should be communications and monitoring by your staff of every piece of legislation that moves through the General Assembly. Period. Period. There are no excuses. There is no reason why I heard that the bill was presented to you in its original form and that it moved too quickly for you to be informed of the changes, the amendments. Still no excuse. You had one of our cosmetologists that spoke to you and said that that's the magic of the internet, that you can inform thousands and millions of people with the push of a button in a second. There's no reason why your staff did not have adequate notice when each of the amendments was done. Each amendment as the bill itself, each amendment has to have a summary and a fiscal note. Each amendment. So that information has to come from the same source that gave the sponsor and fiscal review committee who compiles this information, from that same group that gave the original information on the bill, gives the information for each subsequent amendment. So it's not a matter of how many times the bill changes. Each time there's a brand new fiscal note, there's a brand new summary of what that amendment does to the bill. And that's whether the amendment has passed or not passed, whether it's added to the bill or not. So there's no excuse for you not getting adequate information. I was under the impression that you knew that there were no issues with it because I got no negative feedback until afterwards, until after the bill was already passed. Not when it passed each committee, but once it had been passed. Now, at that time, I, of course, consulted with who I consider my representative, Pearl, the hair diva, give her full credit, and got feedback on what the issues were. Now, I would suggest that because you will come before government operations, and the young lady that spoke about Mike Bell, that's my former suite mate, legislative suite mate, and he actually chairs one of the committees where this type of legislation comes through for approval of the rules that you make. So your rulemaking will come before the legislative bodies in the form of a joint subcommittee. It would also go to each individual committee, each individual government operations committee for approval. So you will have 4 times at a minimum to be heard, speaking to my cosmetologist. You will have the rulemaking process where public hearings have to be held. Your comments have to have a response when they get to us being the Government Operations Committee. Each of your comments has to have a response from the regulatory authority on how they either agree or don't agree. They will address the comment through monitoring or moving legislation around, or they won't. But they have to respond to each comment that you put forth in the public hearing. Now, once the public hearing is finished and the rulemaking process as far as what you do with the public is finished, then you bring that to the Government Operations Committee. That's again an opportunity for you to be heard. The public is heard at these committee hearings. Now, at that time, your whomever it is, your representatives, being the board representatives, will present the rules for approval by that joint subcommittee. It will leave that joint subcommittee either with a positive, a negative, or a neutral recommendation, and it will go out to each individual standing committee for the House and the Senate. So there's 2 more opportunities for you to be heard after that joint subcommittee hearing. You can be heard in the House Government Operations Committee, or you can be heard in the Senate Government Operations Committee. Now, true enough, the process has a timeline that could be moderate, it could be long, but I'll give you this commitment, that I will make sure that everything is thoroughly vetted. I will make sure that everyone is properly heard before the committee. I don't run the public hearings that the board will conduct, but I can make sure that when it gets to my committee, that my committee members hear the public. I would suggest, because generally we ask that board members be present at committee hearings. When we have sunset hearings, we also conduct the sunset hearings. I would suggest that because of the amount of feedback and the high profile of this particular legislation, that board members might want to be present at this particular rulemaking hearings. This won't be your sunset hearing. This will be your rulemaking hearing. So I would suggest that board members might want to be present, because more than anything, I don't want to talk in detail about the bill, because I need to hear some more technical information from DEVA and from some of my other cosmetologists, along with the attorneys, on what the possibilities are for actually shaping the rules. But I do know enough to know that this needs to be revisited in the fall. So what I'm suggesting is that as we start to pull the information together, that instead of moving too rapidly, that we're deliberate, that we give due diligence to all of the information that comes in, and we may, through our committee procedures, be able to delay implementation of the rules. Without the rules, unless you seek to implement emergency rules, and I don't know why your council didn't discuss emergency rules with you, you would have to justify emergency rules. They wouldn't necessarily have to come to us first, but they would eventually have to come to us in order for you to keep them in place. Your permanent rules do have to come to the committee. If you follow the procedure for permanent rules, chances are that it would either be close to, or we might even be into, the legislative session by the time the rulemaking process gets to the point of us actually saying these rules are good or these rules are bad. And it may be that this particular bill will not be implemented until the actual legislative process has started again, when you'll have a chance to actually get a new piece of legislation done. I'll speak with the sponsor, Representative Parkinson, and find out what his intentions are for addressing the rulemaking. But that's a committee I sit on, so I can speak about what's going to happen when it gets to government operations. And it's a fair committee, and the concerns that you have, I will share with my committee members in advance. And I dare say that they're going to be surprised to hear the board members had no knowledge of what was passed until it actually became law. And they'll certainly be surprised when staff shares with the committee, and I'm assuming that all of the staff will still be there, that when staff shares with the committee that they did not know about amendments in time to inform you, that we'll all express a bit of surprise at that. Now, one of the other things I would suggest is you actually have your staff sit down with you in a special session, and it could be an open session, so you can get walked through the legislative process as well as the rulemaking process, because you need to be familiar with both in order to be accomplished and proficient in either. Okay? The legislative process, for those who may not know, involves the legislature voting. It has to come through the General Assembly to become a law. The rulemaking process is more of an administrative and legislative quasi-animal, because you get to make the rules, but they're no good if we don't implement them. If we don't tell you that the rules that are implemented serve to carry out the intent of the legislation, then we will and can hold your rules up. And that may very well be what happens with this bill. I cannot speak for the collective body. I cannot speak for the sponsor. But it seems as if there are some issues which may give my colleagues pause to where they will hold the rules for quite a while. Other than that, you may want to make sure that if the board wants to have some real authority in your expression of your dissatisfaction with the different things that have happened, not just the law itself, but with the process leading up to the law, where you feel you had issues on being kept in the communications loop, then you may want to act in the form of a resolution from your board, so there's no doubt about it when who speaks for the board and what the board wants to say to the legislative body. So I would suggest that you consider that, preparing a resolution that will take into consideration all of the issues that have come together today from the testimony of your, in essence, they are your clients, those who are regulated by the board, and that you express those in a resolution that the board actually votes on and submits when you're sitting in front of the Government Operations Committee members. So there's no doubt about whether or not you as a collective body have a position on this bill. The other thing I want to do is ask if you actually have a recording of your procedures today, if this meeting is actually recorded.
Yes, it's public.
Right. I would ask that you would get that information on where I can access it, or if you have tapes that LIS can put their hands on, then I want to be able to access that, because I think there's a lot of information that came up today that I will take into consideration and will make notes on and share with my colleagues. Online notifications, there should be, and this is where we've had some failures legislatively, because it ought to be mandated that not only your board, but all boards, commissions, agencies, post these kind of legislative initiatives online. There's no reason why, if there are, and they're online within a certain legislative framework, but each individual department should be easier to navigate, so that if one of our constituents wants to see what's happening with the hair business, what's happening with the nail business, what's happening for beauticians, with the cosmetology business in general, that they should be able to access your website and find all of the relevant legislation that's pending, including the dates that they are being heard in front of committees, the amendments, the fiscal notes, the summaries of the same. All of that information should be in a spot, collected, pooled, where they're familiar with going to for accessing the information that they will come to you for. So it should be somewhere on your site, somewhere that is familiar with them. And with that, I'll just thank you for the opportunity to have sat and shared this time with you. But I think there are responsibilities, both legislative, responsibility administrative, that we've dropped the ball on communicating. And I was under the impression that the board was aware of the legislation as it moved along, because I cannot imagine you having a staff that's not keeping up with the laws that you are responsible for rulemaking. So, with all due respect to the legal counsel and your staff, there's no excuse. Okay, I'm not making excuses for the fact that I made an assumption that you were already informed. I should have taken the extra step of contacting my representatives to see if they were satisfied. I should have done that myself. Okay, so I'm not making an excuse for myself, and I'm certainly not accepting excuses from your staff. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Hardaway.
Excuse me. Mr. Herford?
Yes, sir. Can I ask you a question, please? Thank you for being here, number one. Of course, you're I'm sure knowledgeable about the Uniform Administrative Procedure Act, and which is UPA, and 45104A1, suspension of provisions when necessary to avoid loss of federal funds. Well, there's not a school here that's not going to lose federal funds, because if you're an accredited school, we deal with the U.S. government. The governor may exempt an agency from complying with any provision of this chapter where necessary to conform to any provision of federal law or rules and regulations as a condition to the receipt of federal granted funds, provided that the governor determines that because of a conflict between the provisions of this chapter and federal law or regs, receipt of federal funds, either authorized, anticipated, or appropriated, is in place in jeopardy.
But I would ask if the schools and their respective agreements with the federal government on how they're receiving funds and what those funds are for, if you would submit that to me, and it could come through the board, or as an elected representative, I'm happy to take that information direct, that I will first have it vetted by our legal staff. If I see where it may have gray areas and need an AG opinion, I'll make that request. But I believe that we have the strength that we need in government operations to give you what you need to get to that next legislative session, second Tuesday in 2014. Thank you.
One question to Rob. Did I misunderstand you, or you said a while ago that the board was aware of already ongoing some rule
We don't have any
work?
project.
I knew you said the board was aware of it.
Yeah, we don't have any projects going on, but I've told you that we need to have a project going on. And we've been trying to
I knew
get
we
some
didn't
ideas
know.
together.
Okay.
Is there any other business to come before the board today? If not, do I hear a motion we adjourn?
We'll move.
Motion's made by Ms. Huckabee, second by Ms. Smith. We adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.